Brittany has actually, unfortunately or sadly, filed for divorce. What do you think about that?
I feel like this isn't that big of a surprise because we've known that Jax Taylor and Brittany have taken some time apart. Personally, I don't think it's that sad or unfortunate. I'm like really happy for Brittany that she's choosing herself. I also heard that she is fighting for full custody.
I don't really want to say something so blatant that is horrible against somebody I don't know, but there are a lot of rumors as to why he went in for treatment and what that treatment is.
And the way that Jax has handled the separation as well is a bit disrespectful, just in my perspective. He refused to leave the house and Brittany and Cruz had to leave.
The divorce announcement came after he's completed his treatment. What do you think about that? Cast members potentially filming other shows. What do you think about that?
What do I think about that?
Stassi is back joining Vanderpump Villa and lands her own show. You've said before that she gave you the advice that bad behavior is rewarded on reality TV. Do you think this is an example of that? Tom's girlfriend has come at you for speaking about it.
So Victoria says, the girl leaves VPR, ruins people's lives, but then lives and breathes Vanderpump Rules after. Still continues to try and ruin people's lives. If you were genuine, you would reach out on a personal level, but instead you post it for attention and relevance.
Where do you want to start?
Maybe look at who you're dating right now. If it's quote unquote ruining people's lives, then there's two in that to make that a reality, and you're dating the other person. It says Lala Kent claims Katie Maloney's friendship ran its course after feud. There's no reason for Lala to be friends with Katie at this point if they're not filming a show together. I don't know why she needs to announce it. That's like in classic Lala fashion.
I think she's framing for announcements yet to come.
For sure. And you know that NBC and Bravo has the budget for that. They're like, yeah, let's do all the spinoffs.
Hello, everybody. Now, this is a little weird because I have one headphone in for the laptop and the other one for my cell phone, which has a better mic that I'm talking to you guys on. So I can hear myself. So it's a little weird. I did just give memberships. I do have another 5 to give out. I will give those out later because I will be doing more members only content here on my channel with everybody. So this will be a way to, 1, give to you guys, and 2, kick off that whole membership thing. I hope you all are, though, having a wonderful night. I did shopping today with my gram. That was a little stressful. It's always stressful. Hello, Hanil. I'm so happy to see you. So let's see. We have Irrelevant Photons. Never heard of them. Barbie Edwards. Millie Irish Girl, my girl. And Complete Creations, my bestie, Jenny. And Ela Rule. So congratulations to those new members. Oh, I'm going to have to let Millie know. She's actually at another live stream right now because when I set this up, I totally forgot that my friend Emma goes live every Tuesday. But this is kind of important. So Rachel from Vanderpump Rules, ex-Vanderpump Rules, who knows what she's doing. She has this podcast that I put here on my channel all of the time. Well, usually the topics are more video quality where I talk, give my commentary, and she'll talk about mental health awareness and dating and love life. And sometimes she'll talk about Vanderpump when the season was on and all of that. But her new thing is to use her platform to stir drama. So I get that she wants to keep her foot in the Bravo door by talking about Bravo things. But when she said after the season ended for Vanderpump, oh, I'm so happy. I don't have to talk about it anymore. I can move on with my life. Hello, Maria. We all thought, okay, she's gonna, move on with her life. It hasn't happened yet. And all she loves to do is talk about Vanderpump Rules and the Valley, because she did talk about Jax and Brittany, which, in my opinion, she has no right to. Now, I get she's a mental health advocate, but when you hear the little bit that I've heard so far, because this is going to be blind for me as well, I only edited the audio, so that way we don't have any of the commercials. And I sped it up and all that good stuff, so that way, it's not copywritten. But the little bit that I did hear, I was already irritated. She claims to be a mental health advocate, but then she's sitting here making fun of Jax's mental health and what he was diagnosed with and all of that, which we'll get into. And then, of course, she's now going after Tom's new girlfriend, Victoria, which what Victoria said is literally what everybody's been saying on her IG podcast tab regarding the podcast. But because it's Victoria, Rachel, has to talk about it and make it a bigger issue than it is. So if she's going to use this platform not for good, like she claims, to be an advocate, to help other people along on her journey, then just call yourself a drama podcast. I think we all know how that works here on YouTube. We got plenty of people that claim they're not a drama channel, but they are. It's the same thing. So let's not waste any time. Let's get into the first one. So each podcast she did within days of each other. So the first one was done, let me see, I believe it was the 29th. Yes. So that was done on 8/29. Then 51 was done on 8/30. And then 52 was done on 8/31. This girl just doesn't stop. That's why I'm 10 episodes behind in my videos, because she just keeps putting out podcast episodes. Some are an hour like normal, and then some are 10 minutes like these ones. So I figured, let's go live. Let's do a live reaction. I've been wanting to do it anyways, and we'll react to it together. Yeah, most people do that, Mare. Now, I am going to share this with my computer. Hanil, how have you been, my honey bunny? I've been thinking about you. And look, you're still a managing mod here. You'll always be one. Oh, and Dubai is on tonight, too, which is like, I've been watching that all day, too. Juicy juice. So before we actually get into Rachel's, because the first one is about Jax and Brittany, I do want to play Brittany's statement, which is 2 minutes long, that she put on her podcast. Though it was a rewind episode from when Captain Lee did it with them, she did make a statement about the divorce. And I want you guys to hear that statement because it's going to be important to the context of Rachel's podcast and what she has to say. So let's start there. Oh, I hate this. I'm trying to move it up so I can see it. Oh, I just made it full screen. Because my little share. Oh, I can hide that. Sure. Can you guys hear it? I want to make sure first. I know I can hear it. You are. I made you a mod before I started, which I appreciate. No, you can't hear it. Maybe I didn't share the audio, which is very possible. I'm still a boomer, even though I used to live stream all the time. Share audio. Share a tab on the screen. Fuck it. We'll do the entire screen. Why not? So you're going to see like a little space transport of my StreamYard. We'll do it that way. Of course, my computer's going slow too. That's why I was like, let me get on my cell phone. No Wi-Fi, because my Wi-Fi is shitty. Maybe he doesn't want to share the entire screen. Oh, I didn't click on it. Well, that would help. Yeah, I got it. There we go. We're just going to move this here. You guys can see a little bit of the chat. We'll hide this little thingy. All right, let's test this out so you can hear it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode.
You should be able to hear it now, but let me know. All right, perfect. So let's hear what Brittany has to say about the divorce.
Of when reality hits, I think we're going to start off with the elephant in the room. Okay, so it's been a big week. I'm sure everyone listening has seen the news online by now that I filed for divorce from Jax. I unfortunately can't speak on details because everything has been heavily documented on the show since we happen to be filming right now. You will see how everything plays out once the show airs, but I will say this. This season has been the most difficult season I have ever had to film. I never imagined I'd go through something so personal and painful while having the world watch. I'm not saying this for anyone to feel badly because I know that this is the life I chose and I'm so fortunate in many ways. But I will always want to be real with y'all. Many have said online they think this has been a publicity stunt for the show or to garner ratings, and it's the furthest thing from that. My decision to file wasn't made lightly or quickly. It's taken me many, many years to get to this point where I've gained enough courage and strength to do what was best for me, get myself out of a toxic relationship, and ultimately see my worth. It's been very difficult, but I'm stronger than ever. And my motivation is my son, my Cruzy, who deserves a happy and healthy mommy. Moving forward, Jax and I will be doing the podcast separately. Thank you all so much for the support. I love you very much. And I hope that you enjoy an episode that has some of our best memories together from the past. And stay with us because we will get this together soon. And I love you guys. And just hang in there with me. Thank you.
Yeah, so that was a little hard. I feel bad for Brittany. And I'll say this. They've been separated since January. And hello, Nicole, by the way. So when we listened to Rachel's, just the little bit that we even heard in the trailers, she's like, oh, I'm happy for her. Well, they have a kid together. This is not like a boyfriend-girlfriend situation. This is a marriage. Yes, Jax is a douchebag, and she does deserve way better. Now, I do have Jax's statement, too, which is kind of important as well. So I'm going to add my screen back. And here's this. So it says, a little over a month ago, I checked into an intensive inpatient treatment facility, scared of the unknown and what I would find out about myself. After many years of knowing something was wrong, but not knowing exactly what it was, I recently learned that I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and PTSD. It's been a lot to process, an emotional time for me. However, I've come home to my son with a newfound sense of peace. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared of the future. but my focus is just trying to be a better version of myself than I was yesterday. Mental health is a lifelong battle of not letting it control you, but rather you learning to control it. Thank you, everyone who has reached out in support and who has shared their own personal struggles with me. Your messages have helped me more than you know. I mean, we all know the PR team wrote that. But we learned something about Jax. I mean, I can sit here and say, oh, Tom has narcissistic personality disorder, in my opinion. And I can also say that I've always thought that Jax maybe had bipolar disorder, but he's actually been diagnosed. And the PTSD, I'm not too sure where that comes in, but who knows? Maybe there are situations we are unaware of from his childhood that has caused this PTSD. Everyone, I believe, has some kind of PTSD, whether it's actually a diagnosed PTSD or just some kind of trauma they've been through in their life. Like, me and my boyfriend have talked about this plenty of times, like where I can drive by my old house and replay the car accident that we watched where this guy flipped his car over the medium. And every time I drive by that scene, I can see it in my head. That's a form of PTSD. It might not be diagnosed PTSD, but that is a traumatic event that I witnessed that I can play over and over in my head just by going past that little point. So I'm happy that he has some kind of a diagnosis, that he can get himself better from here, maybe get on some medication to help both of those things and be better for his son. So along with that, let's now get into Rachel's first podcast, which is Jax Got SURved. Not served, but SURved. Because she had to put that sir in there. Like, oh, haha, funny pun, bitch. That's how I feel. It's like, you're not that funny, but you are. Like, you've already used that once. So let's go to that audio. So this is, I did take out the commercial, so there are 3 parts. Or no, there's 2 parts of this one. So let's get into it.
Welcome back to another episode of Rachel Goes Rogue. This is your host, Rachel Savannah Leviss. And today I have my producer, Juliet, joining me. We are diving into the most recent headline that came out this week. That is...
I know, I had to stop it. We learned the producer's name. I never knew her name was Juliet. Now I can add that to my little notes, because I always call her the producer lady. Now I know her name.
Is Brittany Cartwright filing for divorce. I love having Juliet on this podcast because she is a publicist. She deals with how the press handles certain situations. So I love picking her brain on how the media has been rolling out these certain headlines. Happy to have Juliet on this podcast with me today.
Brittany has, unfortunately or sadly, filed for divorce.
I feel like this...
Because I'm sharing my screen. Let me see something. I'm going to present it a different way. Maybe that'll help. Of course, I just shut the window down. How dare I? Because I want to be able to, like, talk and not have an echo. And I'm a boomer. Listen, I thought I had it all down pat last time when I did my last live, because I was doing the cell phone computer thing. But apparently I didn't. All right, to share audio, share a tab screen. All right, well, let's see. Let's see if we can hear it. I'll go back to that part. I do, but I have headphones in. So there, I thought wouldn't be an echo. But I don't have the laptop Like, I'm not on that. Like, I didn't put myself in the studio. Okay. Isn't it going to play? It's not going in my other headphone, so I know you guys can't hear it. Which is weird. Maybe I might have to share myself. I have myself muted. So there you go. Let's leave the phone. I left StreamYard for my phone. So we shouldn't have any issues now. And I don't know why this audio is not sharing. Because it says all I have to do is share a tab. And like there's no thing for me to click the audio like it normally does if I share my entire screen. I can hear it in my headphone, but I don't believe you guys can hear it. Which, if that's the case, like I said, I'll just share my screen the way I was. Because it'll be easier that way. Now that I'm on one device only. There we go. Fuck it. Why not? We're in the realm again. And of course, I closed it out yet again. I don't know how I do that. Every time I leave it, I close. You didn't hear it.
Welcome back to another episode of Rachel Goes Rogue. This is your host, Rachel Savannah Leviss. And today I have my producer, Juliet, joining me. We are diving into the most recent headline that came out this week. That is Brittany Cartwright filing for divorce.
It's playing then. So why? So that way you don't hear me, and then I'll pause and all of that good stuff. All right. So let's just get into the podcast. I'll mute so that way we don't have an echo and all of that good stuff.
I love having Juliet on this podcast because she is a publicist. She deals with how the press handles certain situations. So I love picking her brain on how the media has been rolling out these.
How is there an echo? Mute screen audio. That is so weird. Because I was muted on my end. So if I'm not muted, there isn't
headlines.
An echo?
Happy to have Juliet on this podcast with.
Is there an echo
Brittany
now?
has unfortunately or sadly filed for divorce.
I feel like
Perfect.
This isn't that big of a surprise because we've known that Jax Taylor and Brittany have taken some time apart and they have separated. Personally, I don't think it's that sad or unfortunate. I'm like really happy for Brittany that she's choosing herself. And, you know, some of us have kind of suspected that this would happen eventually, but it is, yeah.
How is it not sad? Like, listen, I get her being happy for Brittany, but any divorce where there are kids also involved, that's sad. Oh, well, I'm happy she's choosing herself. Hello, Felicia. Like, I don't listen. I'm happy that Brittany is choosing herself too. And it's not really a big surprise because we've known they've been separated since January. We've all read the headlines. He was sleeping with the PR lady in the bathroom. He got with possibly Ramona, though. Brandy Ganville said that she didn't hook up with Jax. That's a whole nother ball game. But we knew he was doing stuff. Like, Jax was being Jax. People were getting Jaxed by Jax. Like, we knew this was going to come, but regardless, is it sad? Because it is. Did I have some kind of faith that maybe he would go into the mental health facility and come out and try to work on his marriage? Yeah, I did actually. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me and I'm like the old school way. Like, when you get married, it's for better or for worse. And there are going to be bumps along that road, and you don't just give up right away. Though Jax is kind of a douchebag, so I can see that, like, where Brittany is better off. But like, for Rachel to be like, I'm so happy for her, like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, especially Cruz. And like, I already know Cruz has some developmental issues where he wasn't speaking for his age. And I feel like this could be like a setback for him as well. So I'm hoping that, you know, this doesn't hinder the child even more.
I guess it is a little bit sad and unfortunate, but
You're coming from the place of empowerment, right? Which I agree with you. You know,
Julia.
so many people stay in a marriage for all the wrong reasons. And especially when you have a kid, people stay in the marriage because they're concerned about what you bring into the new dynamic, right? But that's not a way to live. And one person, if not both, and the kid, I think ultimately end up suffering. So I agree with you. You've got to do what's right. Because if you're not a happy mom or a happy wife, it's just not a happy household, right? So I agree with you.
There you go. Julia mopping up Rachel's bullshit. That's all she does. That's what the publicist is there for. Mopping up her bullshit. And my cat is nudging my leg.
Do that right for her. And especially like if someone's been stepping out and mistreating the other person, then you're right. Empowerment is where it's at. You got to make the choices. She's young. She's got a whole life ahead of her. She for sure should make the choice that empowers her.
Yeah, I'm sure that decision was.
And I agree. What if the arguing was hindering that child? That could have been completely it too. You know? We don't know really what was going on with Cruz. Maybe we'll get a little bit more in season 2 because we were just learning about his developmental issues in season 1. So maybe we'll learn a little bit more. And that's like what I kind of was expecting to get a little bit from the Valley. It's like, now these people have kids and families, and how are they going to commingle? And we would see more of the kids and all of that, which we did. I know they have like time limits, like the kids can only film for like 30 minutes a day and all these crazy rules and regulations. But I just thought we would see more of the kids, not all of the adult bullshit, which I know drama brings views and all of that. So I get it. But I like seeing, like, even with Scheana and Summer and her just being a mom and all of that. I enjoy that stuff. Hey, Karen. Good to see you, honey. My cat is not giving up. She thinks she has treats, but I hate to break her little heart. She has no more treats. She got wet food today, but no treats.
Not an easy one to make for her, but
you got no treats.
You know, I send her my love, and I think anyone who has been
you send her love.
Abusive relationship, like, and in love with that person, it's never easy choosing.
Wait, time out. You just said abusive relationship. There have been no allegations of abuse. Maybe emotional abuse, but like when you say abuse, like to me, that's just like you're putting your nose where you don't belong. People are going to take that as physical abuse. Let's be real. Why? Like, what was the purpose of saying that? These are the things that I don't like about Rachel that I'll never get with this girl. Like, this is where it's like, think before you speak. Though, like, when she does think before she speaks, she sounds like a robot. And I can't stand that either. So it's like, when she does just spew it all out,
we really know she's not thinking, and it's really what she's been thinking.
Thing to separate from them and make that decision.
Oh,
I also
boo-hoo,
heard
honey.
that she
Cat.
is fighting for full custody of their son.
You did?
Cruz.
I didn't hear that yet. Okay, well,
It says Brittany requested primary custody of their 3-year-old son Cruz, but asked that her ex be granted visitation rights.
in my opinion,
Ooh.
that is very specific. When you are granting visitation as opposed to custody, I'm not a family law lawyer or any sort of lawyer, but that is very specific. And I don't really want to say something so blatant that is horrible against somebody I don't know, but there are a lot of rumors as to why he went in for treatment and what.
Which, yes, there's a lot of rumors. Yes, she is a complete idiot. They're rumors. So, in my opinion, seeing it from Brittany's perspective, Jax just went into a mental health facility. Go in the other room, baby.
Yeah.
Which never fails. I would want my son to, I would want to know that if I'm bringing my son over to his father's house, that his mental health is okay, that he's physically okay, before, unsupervised visits and things like that. We do know that he was very verbally abusive. That is very true. We've seen it VPR. We've seen it even in the Valley. Not with just Brittany, but with his friends as well. Jax is very explosive, which that's where the bipolar disorder comes in. I can totally see that. Because one minute he's totally fine, and the next minute he's off the rails. He's unhinged, per se. So Brittany is seeing it in the sense that I want to make sure, one, his medication, that he's on the right medication, that he's doing what he needs to do with the therapist to do what he has to do before my son is over there unsupervised. She wants to make sure that this motherfucker is okay to be around her kid. That's not really that crazy. Especially with PTSD on top of it. We don't know the PTSD element and how far that goes. That what if things are triggering him to go into those PTSD trips that are maybe then causing him to rage out? We don't know. So for her to be like, well, that's kind of, I'm no family lawyer, but that's just weird that she's asking for supervised visits. No, that's not. It's called this guy just got out of a mental health facility. It's not the same as Rachel, who just went in there because she had an affair with her best friend's boyfriend and she felt like she was getting manipulated by this guy and her world was ending because everyone was against her. Like, he had issues from day one of Vanderpump Rules and probably before that, and finally is doing something about it. He needs to be supervised by himself, like, to make sure he's okay before even just having unsupervised visits with his son. That is just my opinion.
What that treatment is. And that's all I will say on that. But if the mother is asking for the father to have visitation as opposed to split in custody, I think that is telling. That's all I'll say on that.
Yeah, I think that's a really
so
good
telling
take on that.
You guys are,
and I feel it's very
looking
sad
into
because
this
then
way too
Jax
much.
actually says too, he said that he knows this is ultimately the right decision, but it's sad that things that ended up the way they have. The only thing I'll say to that is they don't end up that way. It takes two people to tango. It takes two people to pull it together and two people to break it all down. Right. So unfortunately, that is, a very easy way out sort of look out.
Well, you should be saying that to Rachel as well then, because it took two people to tango there, but yet you're all on Rachel's side for everything. Juliet, now that I know your name. Like, all right, yes, we knew that, like, Jax wasn't in the best headspace, and maybe their relationship wasn't all sunshine and rainbows like they were trying to make it seem. But, like I said, I don't know, maybe it's how I was raised, but, like, if me and Jake ever do get married, that's for better or for worse, till death do us part. If we get into a situation where it's, we're thinking about having some separation with each other, I'm going to do everything in my power to make that work before I go and sign divorce papers. I'm not just going to go, and that's what I mean. They've been separated since January. He's had enough time to do what he's needed to do. And I did have a little hope that him going into the mental health facility, they would do some kind of couples counseling to maybe work this out. Is it the best for Brittany? That's her decision. That's not mine. And I can only wish her the best. I've watched VPR from the beginning, and I've learned from personal experience that when a man says he's never wanted to get married or have a child, trust their word. Don't try to change them. I agree slightly. Because, well, he's sleeping-ish. He can still hear me. Though, my boyfriend, he knew getting into this relationship what I wanted. Because this wasn't the first time that we've dated. And I've said that before to you guys. So I've said I want at least one kid and I want to get married. He knew that. And I said, don't waste my time. You can't then change your mind down the road like years later. That doesn't work for me. I know he has issues with the whole marriage thing because of what he's been through. He's never been married or anything like that. He's had issues where like his mom's been married a couple times and like it never really worked out for the best. So he sees it as like, is it worth it in that sense? In my opinion, it's like, but look at my parents, look at my grandparents, look at your grandparents, look at your aunts and uncles. If you want this, we can make it happen. And we've been together for 9 years. We're still together. What's a ring and a certificate going to change? Nothing, in my opinion. It's just going to be able to let me have more say when I take him to the goddamn hospital when something's wrong, or if I have a seizure and he needs to take me to the hospital, him have more say. That's like the downside of not being married at the moment, like things like that.
In my opinion, but
exactly.
But they are where they are, and obviously, I feel it's very sad. I think the whole like Ben and J-Lo thing is super sad. I don't think you set out to get married to get a divorce. You don't set out to have kids together and then divide their life. You know, it's sad. The circumstances are sad. But yes, I agree with you that it is worse, especially when the kids are young, because a woman could stay in that relationship for 10 years of their life to appease having a kid, right? Whereas if you say, look, we need to figure out how to co-parent, which is the next thing they're going to have to tackle, which is not easy, I don't think, to do what's best for the kid and themselves and live their lives.
Co-parenting is a whole nother ball game. Some people can do it really well, and some people have, already set out anger towards their ex or their ex-spouse that co-parenting does not go very well. And you know what I was thinking about too? Because I was thinking about this at 5:30 this morning when I was watching Little People, Big World. Even they ended up in divorce. Like, even the D'Ericos, I don't think I said that right. They're on TLC too. They're ending up in divorce. All these reality shows that like I watch, everyone ends up on divorce. And then I'm thinking to myself, what is like, maybe reality TV does play a part in this, and like the pushing of people to be brutally honest and say how they feel that maybe they wouldn't if they didn't have a camera in their face. Maybe pushing like more people to get divorced too. With the D'Ericos, I didn't even think like there was anything wrong. They have like 9 kids, 10, I forgot how many kids they have. They have a lot of kids, but you see them together and nothing is wrong with them. And then all of a sudden the season ends this season and it's like they're getting divorced. What? Like, at least with Jax and Brittany, we saw the complications. Even with other people on the Valley, Michelle and Jesse, we saw their complications. Even, I hate to say it, like Scheana and Brock, we saw Scheana and Brock fighting last season on Vanderpump. It's all in how you handle it, how you move forward, and what you do about it. Do you get help and do counseling? Yes. You try to make this better. Yes. Are more people not doing that? That's what I wonder. That's what I really wonder.
It's a challenge all the way around.
Yeah. And the way that Jax has handled the separation as well is a bit disrespectful, just in my perspective. He refused to leave the house, and Brittany and Cruz had to leave, basically, and
Yeah,
find
that
a
was a little
place
fucked up.
to stay. And I feel
What
like if
happened?
you,
Or did she just leave? Because that's crazy.
yeah, no, he
Yeah.
refused to leave the house. A very
That's
similar
super crazy.
situation with Tom, but there's like a child involved. And
She had to bring up Tom's name. Yeah, no, I thought that was a little weird that he made Brittany and even Cruz leave. I mean, clearly she's not going anywhere without her son. But it's the fact, like, he likes to shove it in her face, like, well, I bought this house because I've been on Vanderpump longer. Or, like, the bar. Can we just say that? Does anyone else realize that the bar has changed names? It's not Jax's Studio City anymore. It's Brit's Studio City. Why? Because, yeah, he was maybe in a mental health facility and wasn't, putting up his fair share of running the bar. But she took advantage of that pretty damn fast and changed that bar's name, which I give her props because she did a lot. She was the designer. She's probably been doing way more than he was before that point. So it's like, don't worry, you can have that house that you made me leave, but this bar, that's mine, honey. That's how I saw it. Neither do I, Nicole. And that's what, when I first saw that she was even talking about this, I was thinking to myself, why are you talking about this? What is the purpose? It's literally to put her nose where it doesn't belong, give her opinion about the situation so she can stay relevant. Yet, she doesn't like when people talk about her. She doesn't like when people had things to say about her being in a mental health facility or how she came out of it and the podcast and all of that. And she just wanted people to leave her alone. Well, if you want people to leave you alone, then don't be sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Maybe she's doing this to be petty. I kind of see that because Jax didn't really have some nice things to say about Rachel, especially with everything that happened. So this is her way to be like, ha, 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 ha. I'm going to talk about your situation now. That's Rachel for you. And people can say, oh, she's changed. She's not like that. She is. She's very petty. And she does things that are very tactical, though it might not come off that way. And it was interesting with this podcast. I know you guys saw the trailer. There was no a little bit of filming that they normally do. But even the next two trailers for the next two chapters, she has this smug smile on her face. She says that she smiles when she's uncomfortable. No, that's her just being a petty bitch with that smug smile on her face. And it's like you like the demise of others, but when it came to your demise, you hated that other people were talking about it. When that's literally their job, being on a reality TV show and talking about it, especially when you were fucking your best friend's boyfriend for 9 fucking months or 7 fucking months. I think it was longer, but that's just my opinion. It's like you're in the public eye. So she's seeing it as, well, they're in the public eye, so I can talk about it too. Some things you just don't talk about. Some things you just don't touch. There's a lot of shit that happens on YouTube that I don't talk about. Let's be honest. It's called choosing your battles. She could have chose not to talk about this, but she did for a reason.
As as a parent, you would want the most stable environment for your child, or so you would hope. But that clearly is not the case in this situation. So I feel like that probably, who knows? This is all speculation, but I could see how that could play part in the decision to fight for custody.
you know, it was probably,
Me too,
if
Nicole.
those things are factual too, then it was probably easier for her to get out and change her environment than have to fight to get him out, right? Which is unfortunate too. And that's something, you can't underestimate kids. It doesn't matter how young they are. Certain things leave impressions on them too, right?
For sure.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's not okay, because you would want the kid to have the most stable environment. But I guess at the end of the day, he has such treatment for whatever it may be, and hopefully he is on a path to being better, and they're going to have a long fight in front of them, because divorce can get messy.
Yep.
And then custody / visitation and figuring out what's right for the kid. That's tough. I don't wish that on anybody. And I guess you just wish them well and hope for the best. People get through it, right? People do it. So we'll wish for the best for them.
Julia,
One thing that is kind of intriguing is why the announcement came after
Why the announcement? Let's hear what else she has to say.
his treatment. The divorce.
Because, all right, do they not realize that she filed literally after he got out? When you're in a mental health facility, Rachel should know this, of all people, that you have really no contact with the outside world. I'm not saying that he didn't, but like you have very limited contact. So from there, it's like he got out. They maybe had a conversation that was probably filmed for the Valley that we'll all get to see. And from there, they decided, okay, well, you're not willing to work on this with me. There is no hope for us moving forward. So I'm going to have to do what I have to do. You can't just sign papers while he's in a mental health facility and not have a conversation. Like, yes, the separation has been since January. I'm glad she took this time to see if he would change, see if he would get help, see if he would do anything different for her son's sake. So that way there was some kind of like hope maybe that things could be different. But clearly there isn't anything different. But yes, you're not going to do it while he's in a mental health facility getting help. Because then, honestly, that would have made her look bad. Let's be real. If she signed the divorce papers while he was in the facility, people would be like, oh my God, she's such a horrible person. He's over there getting help and she's signing papers. Come on now. We all know how social media works. We're just going to have to wait and see for season 2, which is going to be interesting. I can't wait for it.
This announcement came after he's completed his treatment. What do you think about that?
We really just don't even know the sequence of events and when they chose to make certain things public.
That's a good point.
I don't know. Like, I'm assuming that he had to go into treatment after.
Well, I can tell you this, Rachel, because I got the divorce filing to know that it was done. Like, she filed for divorce after he got out. So she waited until he got out of the treatment, like I said, probably to have a conversation and say, okay, this isn't going to work. So now I'm going to sign the papers and file. She didn't file before. She didn't file like months ago. She literally filed. I forgot the exact date, but I have the file, the papers, and we'll go over all of that too if we want. But it's Rachel being Rachel.
Something happened, and Brittany clearly already was, heavily considering divorce at this point.
Why wouldn't she be?
So I don't know if it's just like a matter of timing. I think just like sometimes a lot happens all at once and it's out of our control.
I hate when she laughs.
Well, and not to be cynical, and this is also speculation.
And this is why I wanted to do a live reaction, because like I know in like my videos, I'm very tame with the girl because there are some things that like I really think she is doing that is very helpful, like having the dating expert on and, talking about the Meadows and her experience there. Those are things that can benefit other people and help other people and things like that. But when it comes to situations like this, it's just like, what are you doing? What are you saying? There's like, it just proves that everything she's learned is lost. It's still there, but it's lost because she's supposed to be a mental health advocate. Now, she just did this like Miss Grand America pageant where her title was mental health advocate. You're supposed to be advocating for people's mental health, and here you are talking shit about it. What? This is why I don't put advocate in any of my names. Let's just be real.
But if he was going through all the things he was going through and knew that this was inevitable, that could have also been just not that him going in was a PR stunt. We know he went in, but the announcement of it sort of softens the blow before the divorce, right? Because the narrative, if it wasn't this, was just the previous stuff was he was kind of a cheater, or he was stepping out on her, or he wasn't a great partner, and then she files for divorce. Now with that sort of in the middle from a PR perspective, that can sort of soften the opinion towards him. But in all reality, what's going to come next will determine how people feel about him, I think.
Oh, so you're saying like it may have given him more of a reason to make his treatment public, knowing that Brittany was going to file for divorce. Correct. So that he could get more of a sympathy card.
I know that's cynical. I know that's not nice. I'm just talking PR.
Oh, like, like what Rachel did that you guys claim that she didn't do, which was, go into a mental health facility for the sympathy. Because, I mean, that's all she's done now since is play victim since she's got out with, well, woe is me. Look at me. I had to put myself in a mental health facility. Look at what Vanderpump did to me. Look at all the stuff that happened to me because of the show and what I went through. Look, they haven't stopped talking about me. They won't leave my name out of it. Like what you've been doing, Rachel. He actually needs help. Clearly, he has 2 diagnoses. PTSD and bipolar, which are very strong diagnoses. Those aren't something to take lightly. What did Rachel have as a diagnose? Oh, I don't remember any. I'm just not trying to be petty, but I said I was going to be a little petty and salty because there are things about what she does that make me petty and salty. Do I think that she needed to go into maybe a mental health facility for her own well-being? I do. Everyone needs mental health help. We all do. Talking to a therapist can only benefit us in the long run. It's good to have someone there on your side. But do I think that she absolutely needed to go just because she had an affair with her friend's boyfriend and all of a sudden her friends didn't want to be her friends anymore because it was like the ultimate betrayal to everybody? No, I don't think it was necessary. Do I think that she went in it for PR reasons? Possibly. I think it was a 50-50. I think she needed to figure out what she was doing with her life and what was going wrong with her life to make these choices. And I also feel like it was also done as a PR stunt. I do believe it. Yes. Yes, Mayor. And you're going to see my little time warp over here. Another thing, no one liked Jax until he got with Brittany. That's very true. Very true. We have like 9 seconds left.
I don't know them personally, so I could be totally wrong, but it's, not a bad thought.
Juliet, you don't know anybody. All right, so that was the first little part. Let's go to the next one. Because she continues to talk about it for another couple more minutes. This girl, man.
So then I guess the next question is, do we think that this will actually become part of the storyline? If they're filming right now, right? So let's look at it in live time. They're filming and he's come out and they're supposedly filming together. And now this announcement comes out. Do you think that's all going to be part of the show?
Obviously.
Duh.
I'm sorry. Yes, obviously.
Why are you laughing? I mean, clearly it's going to be part of the storyline. This is what's going, and that's like the thing. Like she made it seem like, oh, VPR is so scripted, but like these are real people's lives. So like what's going on in their real life is not going to be part of a storyline. It's what's happening in their real life. So it's going to, yes, be part of the storyline that is being portrayed on the show because that's what's really going on with their life. Like I said, there are reasons why Brittany made the statement that she did. And she even said, we're filming. So there's a lot that I can't talk about because we all know how Bravo is. They want you to keep quiet and not say a lot of stuff so people watch the show. And like I said, I do believe we will get that sit-down conversation between Brittany and Jax where she then decides, all right, it's time for me to file. I'm going to call it now. I'm going to call it now, guys. I'm going to call it now before season 2 airs.
This is the thing with reality TV. Like, the producers do want to capture real life events. And this is one of the biggest real life events for the primary cast members of the Valley. So yes, they will be capturing this for sure.
Well, it's going to make
That's
for dynamic television once again, right?
Karen.
Do we think that this is why it's so public? Juliet?
I was just going to say that's another possibility.
We're both
And I'm not going to be
Tauruses,
so
too.
cynical to think that anybody would go so far as to do this for a storyline, but I am going to say
So we're both stubborn.
the choice for it to play out publicly could actually add to the layers of what Bravo does in capturing the ratings and you know, the reality.
Of course.
Look, anything's possible. I don't want to take it for light. Again, I think that the divorcing part and, you know, destruction of a family with a kid is sad. And
I mean, they did it even with season 1 with Jesse and Michelle, and like just watching how they interacted with each other, knowing that ultimately they were getting a divorce. Like they brought that in at the very end of season 1. And we could see that there was tension between Michelle and Jesse, just like we saw there was tension between Brittany and Jax. So, of course, it's going to be part of the show. She's a PR lady. Shouldn't she know how this works? I'm just saying, like, I wonder if this is the Juliet that's her It Girl PR rep. Ooh, now I got to look that up. Because do I know her name? You know what? I got my phone. Let's listen. I'll
tragic and difficult, and there's a long haul ahead. But on the flip side, definitely makes for good TV.
I want to say this is the same PR.
Yeah, and to their defense, they are public figures. So how else do you handle this besides it being public?
I mean, that's another. If you look at J-Lo and Ben, again, they tried really hard to deal with their
J-Lo
stuff
and Ben
privately
tried much harder,
and keep as much out of the media as they could. And the media was not giving in. They covered her every step of the way. And him.
Yeah, but J-Lo and Ben are not on reality TV. He's an actor and she's an actress / singer. They're not on a reality TV show where their life is in the spotlight. So they can try and keep it out of the spotlight as much as possible. Yes, where like reality TV, you're expected to show these things because you're on a reality TV show that's based on your reality. And it is the same PR lady. So this is her actual It Girl publicist. For some reason, I thought it was like an iHeartRadio publicist, but it's literally Juliet Harris, her It Girl PR lady that took over when she went into the facility. So this is more of a reason I don't like this lady. That's my opinion, though. You don't have to go with my opinion.
Him and their kids, and they were still going through life. They were a married, blended family, and now then there's speculation that the press did not.
Thank you for coming, Nicole, and I'm glad you're going to still listen, and we'll be here. We have 2 more to go after this.
Not let up on. Targeting them as individuals, finding out he'd got a house, finding out now that he's hanging out with some other girl, and is that going to come back to be part of it, or is that just since they decided
not some
they were
other girl? It's his PR rep. He's been hanging out with his publicist and sneaking off into the bathroom and doing stuff during PR events. Crazy.
We're going to get a divorce,
Which was also Brittany's PR rep too. You got that. So that's why she's like, let me wipe the floor with this PR person, get somebody new, because that PR lady was literally doing what was best probably for Jax and not Brittany, because she was sleeping with Jax. Oh my goodness. At least those were what the tabloids said.
and it has been relentless. So you're 100% right. Once you are a public figure and you're on reality TV, you know, those things get covered and media doesn't let up, and you know that firsthand.
No problem.
Yeah,
Coochie.
but then let me ask you this. It's like they signed up for Valley, right? Like they're signing up to put their lives out for
Why
public
wouldn't
display in order to get a paycheck and to have these certain business opportunities. In a way, it's like, of course it's going to be public. Do we think that because Brittany obviously isn't on good?
I mean, let's be real. this is all really Jax knows besides being a bartender and a model. And Brittany was a waitress for many years, but like, this was what their life was. And if Jax didn't get kicked off of Vanderpump Rules for the shit that he said and did, he probably still would have been on Vanderpump Rules. So this is, yes, a way to make money. Yes, they have a bar that now there's another income coming in and all of that, but this is all they know. Just like it's all Rachel knows, and she doesn't know what to do with herself because she isn't going back to the show. So she's involving herself in every which way possible to still be involved with the show because she doesn't know what she's doing with herself.
It turns with Jax, and she doesn't want to film with him, allegedly. Is it going to be like a similar situation that we saw season 11 of Vanderpump Rules, where Ariana refused to film with Tom Sandoval, and in knowing that these people have, like, you know, it's like you're signing up for, so people say.
But there's difference here, okay? They have a child together, so they can, like, with Ariana and Tom, Ariana could cut all communication off. There was, yes, some pets involved, but she took those pets. He had no claim to fame there. There is still a child involved, which means there's still going to be co-parenting involved, which means they still are going to have contact with each other for the next at least 18 years of this kid's life. And probably more, because they're going to be part of each other's life forever with this child. So it's a different situation. She can't just cut off all communication, all ties, and say, I don't want to film with him. She can not go to certain things that maybe they're going to film. And there's a lot of women on the Valley that are, well, besides her, Michelle, and I know there was trouble in paradise with another person. I can't remember what couple that was. Not the one that just had the baby, the other couple that had the 3 kids. I know there was a little trouble in paradise there. I see that there's going to be like a split kind of between the guys and the girls, and not so much all filming together, but there's still going to be those moments that they're going to have to film together. They know what is required of them. Ariana still knew what was required of her. She did what she had to do, and she filmed even though Tom was there, but it was her choice whether or not to communicate with him. Unfortunately for Brittany, they're going to have to communicate with each other for the kids' sake, which will make it easier for the television's sake.
Like, quote unquote, you're signing up for this.
Very, very possible that you could end up with a stalemate with those two, and then it could be split, and it could be the demise of the show, or Bravo could lean into what Bravo does, and one of them, it's a spin-off, starting over, and then there's a whole new show. I don't know. Either one is a realistic possibility.
Yeah.
And the whole thing about the Valley, this, like, it being a spin-off from the single life of VPR, is that it was more the married family life, and now you're starting out, you know, season 2 with a divorce, and not appearing.
And they're not the only couple. Like, they make this seem like Jax and Brittany are the only couple that are starting off season 2 with a divorce. Michelle and Jesse literally are going through a divorce process as well. And if you missed it, Michelle was on Mama Still Got It with Lala on her Amazon Live. It's on my channel. And she talks about, like, how it is being a single mom now and how it is filming with her ex and, like, just the whole co-parenting situation. And she is dating again. And these are part of their life. So it's going to be part of the show. Yes. But they make it seem like it's going to be a Tom and Ariana situation when, like, everybody that is going through a divorce on the Valley also has kids. So they're going to have communication with each other because of the kids.
To be a friendly one.
Well, yeah, and Michelle isn't with her husband anymore, right?
Thank you for acknowledging that.
But do we even think it's a good idea for Jax to film in this state of mind?
Who
like,
are
he just
you?
got out of a recovery place.
Who are you?
Well, you have and would be best to speak on how challenging.
No. She's not best to talk about anything because everyone's journey is different. So maybe it wasn't good for Rachel to go back to filming for VPR, but it's Jax's choice whether he knows if it's good enough for him to do or not do. The situations are completely different. So who is she to be like, well, he should do this and he should have done that? Oh my God. She really thinks she's an advocate when she's really not. She's not advocating for anybody.
Is to actually recover or do the things you need to do in recovery alone, let alone with cameras. But if those other rumors are true, that is a whole other layer, because to your point that you've already made,
Julia, if you're going to talk about the rumors, might as well talk about the rumors. You keep hinting at, oh, well, if those rumors are true, talk about the rumors. You're leading people on. I mean, I've talked about them, so we kind of know what the rumors were, that he's sleeping with his PR lady and that, you know, he was cheating on Brittany and, you know, things like that, which we've all heard from all the, you know, different tabloids and stuff anyways. But, like, here you are on a podcast, and not to mention it was, like I said, 15 minutes long, not including commercials. And you're hinting at rumors, but not talking about the rumors. I mean, if you're going to talk about it completely.
30 days does not a recovery make.
Like, nobody changes in 30 days.
No, they even tell you flat out what it's 30 days.
First off, he wasn't in there just 30 days. He was in there 3 months. That's one more month longer than Rachel. Am I right? No, she did 90 days too. Damn, I am not good with math. Don't ask me to do math. So he did the same amount of time that Rachel did, which usually you're in there for 30 days. And she extended her stay, which he probably extended his stay as well, because he figured that was what was best for him. I don't know. She's just overlooking everything.
To begin to change a habit. And that's like,
Right.
you know, waking up late. That's not a significant life change.
So
right?
you're saying what Rachel did?
Well, yeah, it's
didn't
just
change her
difficult to
habits.
spend this time on yourself and go away for 30 days and then come back to the exact same environment that got you into.
Why did they keep saying 30 days? It wasn't 30 days. It was 90 days. 3 months. 3 months that he was away. Not 30 days. I don't know. Maybe she didn't get her calculations right, because I know it's 90 days that he was there.
The situation where you needed to take a look at yourself. Like, I just don't think that that's setting yourself up for success.
I agree with you. I mean, like you were just saying, if it takes 30 days to change a habit, that's to begin to change a habit. To really work on oneself at any level takes a very deep commitment, because I think human nature is to brush things under the rug, fake it till you make it, keep on going.
If we're going to talk about recovery, as a recovering drug addict now for 13 years, I've been clean and sober. Every day is part of your journey. Every day is a healing process. Every day you are going to go through something that could hinder your recovery. So yes, it takes 30 days to change your habits. He was there for 90, just like she was there for 90. So if she's saying this about Jax, then we can say the same about Rachel, that nothing will change what Rachel, because she was only there for 90 days and it takes this long to recover and blah, 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 blah. Like, no. Everyone's journey is different. Everyone's recovery is different. And every day that you are in recovery, it could be 1 day, it could be 6 months, it could be 13 years, it could be 50 years. You are still in that recovery, and you are still learning and growing from every situation that your life puts out in front of you. And you need to take it as it comes.
Stiff upper lip, don't let anybody see you cry. So in order to actually fix or change something, especially something that's deep, requires a lot of work and a lot of time. And you went in to decompress, to get away from the anxiety and stress, and then to learn the proper tools to change. So it's not even like day one.
Oh, so she went in to decompress. From what? From all the hate that she was getting? So we literally got an answer why she actually went. She went in to decompress, guys. She was overwhelmed. It wasn't like that she had an issue. she went there to decompress and try to figure out her life. I think honestly, with Jax, like I said, he has 2 diagnoses out of going there. We know that he's bipolar. We know that he has PTSD. These are things that we've seen from the shows that he's had issues with for a long time. She wasn't diagnosed with anything, which doesn't mean anything in the realm of things, because your mental health can be affected regardless. But if anyone has been doing work to try to progress themselves in a better direction, I would say it's him, because he might have not been aware that he had any of these issues, and now he is, and he has tools that he can move forward to better himself, to make himself a better person, because he's been dealing with this for as long as he has, and now can get on some medication, keep seeing his therapist, keep doing group therapy to better himself, his situation, and understand his bipolar disorder better now, his PTSD better now. She wasn't diagnosed with PTSD, though she claims that she has some PTSD from things that have happened. She was never diagnosed with it. And I feel like maybe I'm being a little hard on her. This is where I would cut myself off and when I'm recording videos and re-record what I have to say, because I feel like I'm being a little hard on her. But it's like, I feel like we have to wait and see, no matter what, with Jax, like where this is going to end up with him. But he has a lot more to learn and grow from his experience than she ever would have. He will have setbacks. Yeah. It's how he handles those from now on too. Exactly, Cooch. I agree. You reap what you sow. I agree. I do.
One, you walked in and said, I'm going to change. I'm going to work on myself. So you had to figure out what you had to work on, right?
She didn't know what she wanted.
And then
to
you
do
had to
in
get the
life.
tools to help you to work on. And then 3 months later, you get out and you're still working on yourself, which you say day to day. You're still applying the tools, learning how
You're
they
going to
fit.
be doing that for the rest of your life.
It's not a solution. I think it's a start. And I mean, don't get me wrong. Again, super happy for him, super proud, not knocking it. Got to start with good somewhere, and good on him. But to your point, are you done?
Yeah. And I think also, like, just because you go into a recovery place doesn't mean that like other people around you aren't suffering as well. Like, the person most affected by Jax's behavior is Brittany. And I'm sure she has been suffering silently for quite some time. And although she's not like checking herself into a mental health facility, it doesn't mean that she's not struggling every single day.
Or she's not talking to her own therapist, or she's not doing what she needs to do to better her situation. Like, how does Rachel know any of this? This is where it's like, maybe you shouldn't be talking about things you have no fucking understanding of. Just like you say that about people that talked about your situation. Well, they don't know. They don't know my situation to be able to talk about it. It's the same goes this way too, Rachel. Like, same goes both ways. And every day in recovery, regardless of what your recovery is, whether it's mental health struggles, whether it's addiction, whether it's substances, whether it's anything, you have to take it day by day, and you learn from your mistakes, and you grow, and you're never done with recovery. There's never a moment where you're like, I'm recovered. Yes. No. Every day I work on my recovery, and I'm 13 years clean, going on 14 in October. Every day I work on it. It might not be substances anymore, but there are things that can trigger me to put me back in that place just by what is surrounding me. Every day is a struggle, and you have to work on it until the end of time. A cheater talking about a cheater, right? And I didn't want to say, I wanted to say that too, but when she was like, well, of course he cheated. It's like, yeah, well, once a cheater, always a cheater. Just like we said that about Sandoval, Like, same goes to Jax and same goes to you, girl. Like, yeah.
And like fighting these battles. So I think we have to take that factor as well. As we take Jax's recovery seriously, we also have to consider
But
like
she's a mental health
Brittany
advocate too, man.
in this whole equation.
It's very true. Her mental health, and now
She's not advocating
going
for
through the
anyone's
divorce is
mental
tough,
health
and now
here.
she's going to be a single mom, also tough. You know, and hopefully,
Yes.
like I said, they're going to put the efforts into co-parenting and working on themselves individually as well as together. But only time's going to tell.
And that is literally the end of this little stirring into people's lives. One of the 3 that we'll be listening to. So let me pause my screen real quick so you guys don't have to see a time warp. And so I know that I knew this one was going to make my blood boil. So she literally, why didn't she just make this one big episode? Because like I said, she did this on the 29th. Then she did another podcast on the 30th. And then the next one on the 31st. Why didn't she just make it all in one? Well, that's what we're doing here. We'll do it for her. But so the next one is called Victoria, the Valley, Vanderpump Villa, Vanderpump Villa, oh my. Why? I mean, I get that, like, the 3 V's. VVV, ha ha ha. Like, her little puns on titles aren't impressive to me, but she's going to talk about all 3 of these. Oh, a juicy episode of Rachel Goes Rogue. So juicy. Exactly. So you're talking about the headlines. Literally the day before you did a podcast about Jax and the headlines. Why didn't you just add this in? I mean, you are talking about the Valley as it is. Why didn't you just put this into this podcast? I'll ask questions. Juliet's making her money, honey. I'll say that. And with her smug little fucking attitude, they were already part of filming in the Valley. We saw Scheana, Lala, I think even Katy might have been in one of the Valley episodes from season 1. Like, she acts like this is something new. Clearly now, Scheana and Lala both have homes in the Valley as well. And from what is being said by Bravo Babe and a couple other people, season 12 is going to be more of like a goodbye farewell season. And they are already casting for people at TomTom and SURved for a new group of Vanderpump Rules members. I don't know if it's going to be called Vanderpump Rules or what the show is going to be. If it's going to be like, it's going to have the same kind of premise where like it originated from, where they work together, but they're friends also. We're going to have that VPR vibe. But it's not like when she's like, oh, what do you think about these people doing like crossover? They were already doing crossover. We were having Jax come over into VPR and then people going, even Schwartz was on the Valley as well. Schwartz was doing the Valley. So this isn't nothing new. So like, did you not expect that to happen for season 2? Because I did. They're filming in October from the rumors. You must have missed that headline, Rachel. Do better with your headlines. Oh wait, maybe Juliet does the headlines for you. Do better. It's all over. Like, it's literally all over every VPR IG account out there that Bravo Babe, who is somebody that's a really close friend to the cast and knows a lot about Vanderpump Rules, has said that they are going to pick up filming in October, you know, around the corner, and this is going to be a farewell episode, like a farewell season kind of thing. And we know that the cast sheet has already gone out for people that have been working at SUR and TomTom, because that's out there too on the Reddit. Just saying. Excuse me, he was already doing Summer House before that point. Is she really that stupid? Like, does she not realize that the Toms both were in the very first Winter House? When Bravo introduced Winter House, they came for it was like a weekend, but they still were there. They made their appearance. So Summer House began, and I don't know if you guys really know this. If you're fans of VPR, you should remember this. When it was Stassi's birthday party, they went out to the Hamptons, and that was when we first met Kyle. Kyle, I forgot what season that was single at the time. He wasn't with Amanda. Or I can't. You can't hear me? Let me know. I might have to get back on my phone, which is fine. I can get back on my phone. Kyle originated from VPR, from that Hamptons trip when Stassi went out there. I think somebody knew Kyle, or the girls. They knew the girls, and Kyle was a friend of the girls that they were meeting up with. And then that's how they met Kyle. And NBC was like, well, we should do something like Summer House. And that's how Summer House came a thing. But for her to be like, well, it's obvious Schwartz is going to do, an appearance on Summer House because of VPR not being around anymore. He's been doing appearances on Summer House and Winter House. That's nothing new, honey bunny. He literally did an appearance on Summer House, one of the very first Summer Houses, with both Toms. Then both Toms did an appearance on Winter House. And they were supposed to do another appearance on last season's Winter House, but then everything happened with Scandoval that only Schwartz went. So it's nothing new. I hate when she makes things seem like they're new things when literally we've been seeing this for years. Ugly turtleneck swimsuit. Yes. So wait, can you hear the podcast? That's what I need to know. I'm going to stop there until you let me know if you could hear it. Whew, girl. No, you can't hear it. Okay. Why? Oh, because I'm not sharing my screen. Oh my God, this whole time. What a boomer moment. I wasn't sharing my screen. Where's my IT guy when I need him? He knew I was going live tonight. Oh my God. Well, you will now, because I'm going to share my screen. I stopped it so that way you didn't have to see the time warp. And I exit out of it. Well, that's fine. We got to start from the beginning anyways, because you guys didn't hear any of it. Just heard me yapping. I was arguing with
Welcome
myself.
back to a juicy episode of Rachel Goes Rogue. This is your host, Rachel Savannah Leviss, and today we are talking about the headlines that have been popping up very consistently this past week or two. Yeah. I have my producer, Juliet, here, who has
mopping up the
background in publicity. All right, Juliet, let's get into these headlines.
Yeah, there were just a few this week, weren't there? This is busy. Cast members potentially filming other shows. What do you think about that?
What do I think about that? Hey, I mean, what else are they going to do?
That's that smug little laugh that I was talking about. Well, what else are they going to do? Well, what are you doing, girl? Tell me what you're doing with your time. Because you're just doing a podcast and everybody else is doing a podcast and their brother. That ain't nothing new. What are you doing with your time, girl?
Right?
Yeah, good point.
I mean, Vanderpump Rules isn't predicted to come back anytime soon, so...
And this is where I was like, where is she getting her information? Because it's been put out there in the headlines last week, actually, when she did all of this, that Vanderpump is supposed to be picking up filming back come October. for season 12 for a farewell season. Blah, tongue twisted.
It only makes sense that Schwartz is making a cameo on season 9 of Summer House. And
that's where I got into the Summer House and all of that, which it's not anything new that he's making a cameo on Summer House. Like I said already, he's done Summer House since the beginning with Tom Sandoval. They've both done Winter House, and he did Summer House. He actually did the whole Summer House, except for one weekend Winter House last season, because he had to film the reunion. But he did the entire Winter House, which usually he makes cameos. So this is nothing new.
And Scheana and Lala are going over to the Valley. So
that has not been confirmed. So we know that Scheana and Lala have made an appearance because they were seen out filming with other cast members in the Valley, but they don't know for a fact, it's not been said as fact, that Scheana and Lala are officially going over to the Valley. That has not been said. So where is she getting this information? Her information, honestly, my information that I get is better than her information. I'm just being real with you. I do the research. I don't know what research she's doing because she ain't doing any research, in my opinion.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So do your best guess right now, do you think VPR is coming back and in the same format or differently if it's coming back at all?
I heard that they are recasting the whole cast of Vanderpump Rules. So if it does come back, it's going to come back with all new characters.
So she did hear what everybody else is hearing. So why are you acting stupid, Rachel? Then if you heard what we all have been hearing, you heard that season 12 will resume as a farewell season. Here, let me just bring it up for you guys. So that way it's not like me just saying it out loud. And you guys can see it too. You get to see all of my behind the scenes. Actually, trying to think where I put it. I'm very organized when it comes to my research. So you can make fun of me. I don't mind. I know it was a Bravo Babe right here. No, that's the filing. It was a Bravo Babe post. Oh, it was Steph with the deets. Let's look at this. Steph with the deets had it. I did play it, I think, in a lot.
12T. So Bravo Babe, who posts all things Bravo,
this.
and most likely
we'll go back. So that way you guys can hear it from the beginning.
we've got some alleged Vanderpump Rules season 12T. So Bravo Babe, who posts all things Bravo, and most likely has some connections into the Bravo world, said, I'm hearing that filming with most of the core cast will start in October for a final farewell season. Allegedly, VPR will be getting a total reboot after that. They are already looking at employees at TomTom and SUR. Here's my opinion on this, if it is true. I honestly don't even know why we're getting a farewell season. It should be
That's her opinion. I think we do need a farewell. At least a couple episodes to kind of just know what people are doing. If there is let's just say that Lala and Scheana are going over to the Valley. That's their way of introducing them into the Valley. That's their way of saying goodbye to Ariana, which she is doing amazing in New York right now for her second thing of Chicago, which I still want to go and see. James is still killing it as a DJ. Allie's putting out killer music. That couple has been working very well together. Allie is a great singer, so it's nice that her boyfriend can produce music. I don't know what freaking Scandoval is doing, and I really don't care what Scandoval is doing. We know that Ariana and Katy have something about her, and that has been killing it since literally they opened their doors in May. And Schwartz is Schwartz. What is he going to do? What is he going to do? I don't think he could be a model anymore. And I did hear, too, that, which she's going to talk about in this anyways, because it's in the trailer too, but I heard it elsewhere, that they're looking to make a spinoff show for Ariana and Katy about something about her, which I would totally watch. I'd watch it all. Even if Scandoval was on a show, I'd watch it, except for like Special Operations. I didn't watch that because I didn't really care. That wasn't like my thing. I read he was going out with Joey. Joey? Joe? Schwartz? Like JoJo? Like Crazy Joe? I thought he had a new girlfriend and they were doing amazing. Oh, girl, where are you getting? You gotta tell, girl. I haven't seen anything that Joe's done. We'll listen. All right, so she's gonna tell her opinion. I'll leave Steph with the deets. That's her IG. I'll leave it down below for you guys. Actually, I have a link. I can get it for you right now. Let me open that real quick. You guys can see all my behind the scenes. I really don't care. Because I want to make sure that you have her channel. She puts a lot of good stuff out. Stuff with the deets. How do I not have her on my list? I was going to say, I was like, how do I not have her on this list? She should be like up at the top. So that is her channel. But she says that like she doesn't really see why they're going to do a farewell season and all of that. And if they're going to recast it, all of that good stuff. Which, that's her opinion. I would like to hear, and I think it's a way for them to go into like that. Okay, so like they're going to go over to the Valley and this is what's going on with, Ariana and Katy. Maybe there'll be something about her thing. And I hate that it took my media thing out where we left off. But no, they didn't let us know anything when the show ended for season 11 that they have to kind of do a couple episodes of where everyone's going to be going, what they're going to be doing now, kind of like they do with the Real Housewives, where every season at the end before the reunion, they'll be like, so Tamara Judd is doing this and she's going on with her life doing this. Like they do that for every Real Housewife ending. We kind of need that, at least a couple episodes. And then if they're going to reboot the show, then reboot it. Like, I could totally see a couple episodes at least. I don't think you've ever too hard on her because she's an aggressive person. I believe that she has a personality disorder, which can be fixed, which can't be fixed by anything. She's like, yes, that smug smile. That's all I kept seeing in these preview trailers, Karen, was that smug smile that she had, and it was pissing me off.
A day and time of picking up again. It seems like it's not likely that we're going to see Vanderpump Rules the same as it's been.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then what about some of your former castmates saying they would never go on the Valley, and then now they're filming the Valley?
I mean, you can never say never. And I don't think they actually never said, I would never do the Valley like that. They might have said like, I would never do the Valley if I'm doing Vanderpump. Like I would never go over to the Valley. I would never leave Vanderpump Rules for the Valley. I think that's how Lala said it, if I recall correctly. And sorry that I'm sniffling, guys. My allergies are insane right now because I actually have the windows open because it's actually so nice here. But like, I don't ever think she said, I would never do the Valley. Like they're making it seem like.
What do you say to that?
It's wild that they said that they would never go in the Valley. Of course they're going to go to the Valley. I saw this happening from a mile away. Like as soon as
with her, when she said that, like, I smile when things are making me feel uncomfortable and I laugh when things make me feel uncomfortable. and this goddamn airplane outside. That's part of her personality. I think that some things, yes, maybe when she's uncomfortable, she might laugh a little bit. But like for the majority of it, I don't think she's really that uncomfortable. I think that's just her personality.
As they announced the Valley, I was like, oh, I can see Scheana going over there and I can see Lala going over there.
I think we all said that.
I think the reason why it makes sense is because Scheana and Lala have babies. And
not even the fact that they have babies. They have houses in the Valley. Like, you have to have a home in the Valley to be considered part of the Valley. Like, you can't have they have homes elsewhere, like Palm Springs. They have homes in Palm Springs, both of them. But, like, that was, like, the premise that everybody from the Valley lived down the road from each other. Just, like, kind of everybody in, like, the New Jersey housewives. They all live down the road from each other. Things like that. Like, it's kind of, like, the premise of the show is that everybody lives in the Valley.
They're in a different stage in their life. They're practically in their 40s now, which is nothing wrong. It's just, Vanderpump Rules is set.
What are you trying to say, girl? That if you're 40, that you're not good enough to be on reality TV? Would you go back to Vanderpump Rules if the cast got a reboot? That's the real question I have for her. If the cast got a reboot and it was all new cast members, nobody that she had issues with, maybe people that she might have worked with here and there, would she go back? I don't think they'd ask her back, but I would like to know her answer at least. And if she ever does these Q&As on IG, I'm going to ask her. Whether she's going to answer me or not is going to be the question. I know she knows about my channel because we all know how her PR team tried to take my channel down by giving me 15 copyright strikes. That was like when I first started covering the podcast. I got 15 copyright strikes, which, like, with YouTube terms, it counted as 3, but I had to literally go and dispute all 15 copyright strikes, that my channel was down for like 2 weeks. And I even emailed her PR team like, hey, I'm not like that other. There was another channel on YouTube that was putting out her podcast without commentary. And it was called Rachel Goes Rogue Podcast Channel. And I had said, I don't believe that's her actual podcast channel. And I kept saying that. I think it was chapter 10 I put it in. It might have even been 11. And I said, like, I don't know if you guys saw this, but that channel went kibosh. And when I went to one of their videos that was on Google, it said that, like, they had copyright strikes. Well, they were literally just putting out her podcast, where mine is different. I speed her podcast up. I transform it. I pause to give my commentary, which falls under the Fair Use Guideline Act, which is a whole thing that we all know. My friends, other friends know about the copyright issues because we have other friends that they'll cover like what somebody else is talking about on their channel, and people are copyright striking them and claiming that they know what fair use is and they have no clue. That's what fair use is. Transformative content. So I can take her podcast, pause, give my commentary, add visuals and all of that good stuff, speed it up, and that's transforming copyrighted work for the Fair Use Guidelines Act. Yeah, but there was a whole channel pretending to be Rachel, and I was like, dude, you're gonna, like, they thought I was like another one of those kind of channels. And I emailed them. I'm like, I don't know if you actually looked at my channel, but I'm not that other channel, Rachel Goes Rogue Podcast, where I just put out her podcast. I literally give commentary and I follow the, oop, there goes my headphone. I literally follow the Fair Use Guideline Act, where you really cannot be striking me for this. And if you are, you can't say that the entire content is hers, because the entire content isn't hers. They would literally have to go, okay, from 1 minute and 20 seconds to 3 minutes and 20 seconds is her podcast. This is her commentary, the girl whose channel it is. Then from 4 minutes and 50 seconds to 5 minutes and 10 seconds is the podcast. Like, that's how they would have had to do it. But the way that they copyright claimed me, they said that I was stealing the entire content with no change. So that's how I won all those disputes, because I was following the Fair Use Copyright Act. So they couldn't come after me, but they didn't write me an email back. They like refused to email me back. And I thought that was kind of like, in a business sense, like rude. Kind of rude. Like, I was being very nice. I was willing to work with them because I didn't want to lose my channel. I've had my channel even before Rachel Goes Rogue. Like, I was not trying to lose my channel over some podcast, and they just didn't email me back. So I was like, all right, well, fuck you then. I'm going to dispute all of them, and I'm going to make sure that this goes on. And that's what I did, and here we are today.
Based around these people who are trying to make it in the industry, and they're taking up jobs to make it by in order to like get their name out in this entertainment world. And I think that is now the issue, where I think Vanderpump Rules wants to keep its authenticity with that type of portrayal.
But what is wrong with them doing other things? Rachel, you've even said yourself that if traders asked you, you would go and do traders, but you would never do like another kind of reality show like Vanderpump Rules. So that would be like you saying, I would never do that, and then going and doing something like that. I don't know. That like when you, I don't know. It's like when you're an actor, actress, you're going to seek out work. When you're a reality TV star and that's like all you've known, you're going to seek out work in that profession that you know how to do best. Whether it's competition shows afterwards or another reality TV show. Like, it's not a bad thing that they're seeking out other work. They have kids to provide for. That's not a bad thing. And I honestly think that if someone gave Rachel the chance for her own show, she would do it.
The characters, and it's just not that anymore. Everyone on the show has evolved in some sort of way. You know, maybe not evolutionary involvement for the best, but nonetheless, like, it's not, Vanderpump Rules is not really best platform for these characters that we've seen throughout the years, or that you guys have.
I think that we've gotten away from what the actual premise of the show was. So even like what's the, not Southern Charm, I always forget the name of the other, Southern Hospitality. Southern Hospitality is kind of like Vanderpump Rules in the sense that these people work together in a restaurant and then they also hang out with each other outside of the restaurant. And I think that because like now people have moved on from working at the restaurant, they kind of want to get back to that. Would I watch it? I probably would, Mare, just to see what it's all about. But if it's something that like doesn't catch my spark within an episode or two, then it's like, all right, let the DVR record it, and then I'll probably watch it all in one night, kind of a thing where I'm doing something else. Because you know me, I'm a multitasker. So even like right now, as I'm live streaming, I have Dubai on. I'm not really watching it, but you know, it's there. It would be like one of those things. I would put it on just to kind of listen and kind of get a understanding of what her show is about. But even like Special Forces, that one that Sandoval went on, I watched 2 episodes and I was like, yeah, this isn't for me. And that was it. Dancing with the Stars, though I didn't watch every episode, I did watch every dance that Ariana did. Because I'm not really a Dancing with the Stars type of person, but I wanted to support my girl, so I made sure to watch all of her dances, and she did kill it. So yeah, I'd probably watch it and like probably give my commentary over here about what I think about it. Why not?
I've seen throughout the years.
So same drama, new neighborhood.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Okay, and Jax was very vocal and told you to stay away from the Valley when you announced you were leaving the show. Do you think he said that because he's protective of the show? Do you think he was just riding the let's be angry at Rachel bandwagon? What do you think?
I would think he was probably riding the bandwagon. Let's all be mad at Rachel, I would guess.
You know, firstly, Jax came at you and told you to stay away from the Valley, and now
he didn't want your ass anywhere near that show. I mean, listen, we all know how Jax is. Jax thought he owned Vanderpump Rules. He kept saying to everybody, this is my show. And I remember Lisa going, whose show is this? This isn't your show. I remember that episode so clearly. So Jax was probably like, well, I'm the king of the Valley because everybody knows me from Vanderpump and nobody would be watching the show if it wasn't for me and Brittany. Let's be real. Brittany is another player. So he kind of felt like he was the head honcho on the Valley, that was him giving her that like warning shot. Like, don't you come over here. Don't you do it, girl. We don't want your skank ass over here. But he was also in a different headspace, and who knows what he might say now. He might want her on for the drama. I don't know. We'd have to ask Jax that one.
Some of the girls have filmed Lala and Scheana, and he's kind of going back at them and telling them to stay away from the Valley. Why do you think, is he being protected?
But Jax doesn't run the show. And I think he forgets that. Like, and that was like the whole point of Lisa saying, like, whose show is this? Like, Jax can say, I don't want you over here. Don't come to this show. But he has no freaking say in it. If they want Scheana on the Valley, or they want Lala on the Valley, or if they wanted freaking Katy on the Valley, Jax has no say. And at this point, he's probably at the bottom of the shit list with Evolution. And I mean, the divorce, yes, is going to pick up some ratings and things like that, but it's not his show. He's not a producer on the show. He can't say who can and can't be on the show. Jax Taylor does not run the Valley.
Over it, or what do you think it is?
I don't know what makes him think that he has the authority to determine who makes the cast of the Valley and who doesn't. So I don't know if he's just trying to like throw his 2 cents into the universe and like dictate who gets a spot, or just make it known that like if you come on the Valley, you're not welcome here, and he might make your life a living hell. Who knows?
It's a warning, and yes, he probably would make your life a living hell if you decided to go into the Valley. Like, that's Jax Taylor for you. So it's his way of saying, like, if you come over here, be ready for hell, and I will put your ass on the line. And when those cameras are up, I'm going to ask all those hard-hitting questions that everyone wants to hear just to make your life a living hell. That's Jax Taylor. That's who he's been from day one of Vanderpump. That's why nobody really liked him, and he was considered a douchebag, and still is to this day. Even when he did that, like, one episode where he sat down with the guys last season, he asked all those hard-hitting questions that us fans all wanted to know. So I give him a little credit for having some balls to ask questions, but he needs bigger balls to handle his life issues, because that he doesn't have any control over.
Yeah, I'm not sure his strategy there.
Okay, and did you watch it last season? Did you watch the Valley last season?
I did, yeah.
And will you watch again this season?
Not if I don't need to.
Okay.
Girl, shut the fuck up. You're watching the Valley. Don't even say that you're not. She just said, if I don't have to. I'm not going to watch it if I don't have to. You know you're going to still talk about it so you can stay relevant here on this podcast like you're doing right now. So don't say that you're not going to watch it, because we'll hold you to that chapter 85 when the Valley season 2 premieres and you're talking about it. I'll make sure to hold you to it. I will. He can dish it, but he can't take it. That's for damn sure, Coach. That's for damn sure.
So also,
we know a couple
in addition
like
to
that.
Scheana and Lala making a move, Schwartz, I guess was rumored to, or did Summer House. Do you think that's a good fit, or what do you think about that one?
Yeah, didn't he do Winter House?
Yes,
was it Summer House or Winter
girl.
House that Tom Sandoval and
Girl, he's been doing Winter House. He's been doing Summer House. We don't need to retrack over this again, because I've already been over this. Where are you? Like I said, Summer House wouldn't have existed if it wasn't for VPR and that Hamptons trip. Because when they went to the Hamptons, that's when we met Kyle for the first time, single Kyle, and his whole lover boy business, and NBC Evolution Bravo saw dollar signs in their eyes with this guy, like, oh, we can make money in another reality show over here. And they did. And listen, I love the Summer House. Paige and Craig are like one of my favorite couples. And knocking on wood, because I really hope their relationship goes farther than any reality TV star relationship ever, though they have their own issues to work out. You know, I do have hope. Like, I like Winter House. I think they need a longer season for Winter House, like Summer House, but it always feels like Winter House is so much shorter than Summer House. But I'm a snow bunny, so I enjoy the winter.
Tom Shorts were both promised to go, but then when Scandoval hit, they took
but they
away
went
from Tom
before
Sandoval.
that too.
So wait, so
That
is that a
makes sense.
thing? Do they, like, if you're good on VPR, do you get sort of promised the spot to go to Summer or Winter House? Is that how that
No.
works?
It was Winter House. So yeah, Shorts went on Winter House, and
So that was never a thing. Okay. Summer House, when it first began, was like people that Kyle knew that like helped with. When I first heard of Summer House, I thought it was like people that all worked in the same business together, and it was just people that knew each other from the same like business practices. Hey, Jenny, no problem. And then it became people from Southern Charm were coming over to Summer House. And then we saw people from VPR coming over to Summer House. We had people from Below Deck at Winter House, which was my favorite because like these Below Deck people, it was giving them like a chance to like be more in that Bravo spotlight, which I love Below Deck too. Don't get me wrong. I love Below Deck. That's another one of my favorite shows. But it's like Summer House has kind of always been, and Winter House have always been like a mix of Bravo shows, people coming together and commingling for the summer or for the winter. So that's what it's turned into, and I enjoy it. I enjoyed a lot.
they promised a spot to both Tom Sandoval and Tom Shorts. But when Scandoval hit,
I
they
hate
took
this
that
girl.
away from Tom Sandoval.
I'll just let her say what she has to say.
Got it. Okay. Now, so Shorts going on Summer House, is that a good fit, or what do you think about him going on it, I guess, again?
Yeah, I think the popular cast members often do get an opportunity, or it seems like they've been giving them opportunities to do these other spin-off.
No, honey. Like I said, they've been literally doing Summer House since Summer House existed. They did cameos. The Toms did cameos at Summer House. They did cameos at Winter House. Yes, they were supposed to do it last season, and then Scandoval broke, and only Schwartz did. But they've been going as a pair for a long time now.
Shows, or shows that are kind of like correlated with Vanderpump.
Got it. Okay.
So wait, how is Vanderpump and Below Deck correlated? You're not thinking with your thinking cap on, girl, because Below Deck has nothing to do with Vanderpump Rules. So you can't say that. You just don't know your Bravo shows, clearly. That's perfect. Let's go to the next part. She does not know her shows. And it's like, you want to talk about all these Bravo shows, but you don't know anything about Bravo? Girl.
All right, next, Stassi is back, joining Vanderpump Villa and lands her own show.
Before we hear Rachel's thoughts about Stassi being back, I want to know what you guys think. What do you think about Stassi being back? I'm happy that she's joining Vanderpump Villa because Stassi's always been like the one that plans the parties. She puts on great events. She's been like an event coordinator since Vanderpump. I thought, like, even when I first saw the first season of Vanderpump Villa, I was thinking to myself, oh my God, why didn't Lisa have Stassi on this show? And I get that Stassi has a family, and that's over, you know, in France, in a chateau in France, and that would be taking away from the kids and all of that. But I just saw that, like, Stassi would be such a wonderful fit because of that whole coordinating events and planning for the guests coming and different things that the guests were doing. That was like right up Stassi's alley. So I'm totally excited that she's going to be on Vanderpump Villa. And she has her own show. Stassi says coming out on Hulu. So this bitch is killing it. And let's all give Stassi her credit where credit is due. She made Vanderpump Rules what it was. I think everybody helped in their own way, but Stassi and her mean girl, like, bitch mentality kind of made Vanderpump interesting to watch. And that's where she got, like, her books from and stuff like that. But I think she has another book coming out, too, I want to say. Don't quote me on that one. I do think, though, she has another book that she was writing or something. I don't know if it came out. What's Vanderpump Villa? Cooch, how dare you? I'm just kidding. Vanderpump Villa is actually on Hulu. So you can watch like all of the episodes right now for season 1. But it's pretty much a Vanderpump Rules style where it has that below deck / Vanderpump Rules style. So Lisa Vanderpump bought like this French chateau in France where it's like this beautiful castle. And she hired all of these people to work in the castle. So everybody that's working in the castle is part of the cast. And she has like, it's kind of like her, like, what was that show that she did? Like where it was her dinner parties. It's kind of like her dinner parties on crack. That's the best way to put it. Because these people go for like a weekend and she makes sure that they have like the best French experience possible. Like they do activities like they do on Below Deck. They serve them. So like we're watching these people that are working for Lisa serve her friends and then also commingle afterwards when there aren't any guests and who has a relationship with who and who's already been sleeping with who. It's amazing. You'll love it. And they're all babes. They're all total babes on the show. They're all hot. All these people are hot. You'll enjoy it.
Nice.
What do you think about that? So you've said before that she gave you the advice that bad behavior is rewarded on reality TV. Do you think this is an example of that?
I mean, first of all, I think her joining Vanderpump Villa is going to get ratings up for Vanderpump Villa. And I know a lot of fans have been asking for Stassi to come back. And I think that this is a smart move on her part to entice the fans by joining Vanderpump Villa. Not only that, but then start her own show.
See, I thought everybody already knew about Vanderpump Villa. Well, maybe this will help get people to watch Vanderpump Villa that might have not heard about it since Stassi is now joining it. And I swear, I upped this volume on my, like, when I sped it up and took out the commercials, I upped this bitch 100% more than it already was at. And she's still talking low. I don't know what audio she has for this iHeartRadio podcast, but she needs better audio. Like, it's bad.
It
Oh, no
says
problem.
her first project is developing a comedic half-hour docuseries called Stassi Says. So I'm not quite sure what that is, but if she is starting her own show and her own spinoff, then it is kind of giving her more of a creative position of.
Girl, you didn't see that headline? So, like, the Vanderpump Villa headline came out, and then the Stassi Says show was announced literally the next day. Maybe you should look at your headlines a little better.
Power, way more than she would get by rejoining the cast of Vanderpump Rules. She's consistently
What the
said.
fuck is she going to do on Vanderpump Rules? They're already getting recasted. Like these bitches. I know I have it over here. It might not be in this one about Stassi. Oh yeah, Jeremy Madix busted for 100 pounds of weed. I don't know if you guys saw that. He got busted with a suitcase full of marijuana going over. I think he was going to Germany or something. I don't know. He was going across the seas with a suitcase full of marijuana and got busted. And, like, people are trying to reach out to Ariana. What do you think about your brother getting arrested? She's like, I had no clue. She's doing her own thing. You think she knows what her brother's getting arrested for? Oh, my God. That was crazy. Why didn't Rachel talk about that headline? That was some big headlines. Shit, girl.
That she's not interested in coming back to join Vanderpump Rules. And she told this to Jeff Lewis. She was asked to join the cast of The Valley, right? And she said every single fiber in my being said not to film that show. When I heard that, I was...
Listen, if I know her and Brittany get along, but she does not like Jax still. And I know that like Jax get along, like Jax and Bo get along very well. But like, I wouldn't want to have to film with my ex-boyfriend if I didn't have to. And like, she's at that point, like, listen, Stassi's always been the type that she's been aiming for her own show since forever. So I see it in her perspective where it's like, why am I going to join another show that's like Vanderpump when I can have my own show? I could be the star of my own show. I think she would do a great job as the star of her own show. Even like her, The Good, the Bad, and the Mommy, or I believe that's what, or like her podcast. She did like a tour with her podcast, and she had sold out shows across the US because people still wanted to see her. She literally could have her own show and kill it. And I'd totally watch it. I love Stassi. I do. She would be better by herself. Exactly. Exactly. Why be part of like a whole bunch of nonsensical drama when you can have your own show and be with your husband and kids? I'd rather do that too. She's shooting high. She's not shooting low like everybody else.
Like, good for her, you know, like she's taken this time away from this reality TV world, and she's been very transparent about how reality television stunts your emotional intelligence. So I was like, good for Stassi, like she sees the Matrix and she's choosing to step.
Yes, but when you have more control and it's a show where it's about you and nobody else, like, not like, I shouldn't say nobody else, because it's going to be mainly about her. I don't really know what we don't know what the show is really about, but I can presume like if anything is going to be about her and her family life with Bo and the kids, she has more control. She has more say. She has more opinion. She has more everything than if she would go on to like the Valley where she would have less say because there's all different cast members and production and all of that she would have no say, where she can have all the say in the world by having her own show. So that's where she was like, I would never do the Valley, but if you give me my own show, yeah, I'm going to do it. I would do the same thing.
Out of it. But now I think she just sees this as an opportunity to kind of take back her power a little bit in a way where she gets to create her own show.
Oops, it paused.
Yeah. Well, everything in Hollywood is you give to get, right? So in this situation, it looks like she did or probably agreed to do Vanderpump Villa in order to get her own show, right? So she kind of went into a place maybe she didn't want to go. But
we don't know we don't know about Vanderpump Villa. How, for all we know, she could be like staying at the chateau for a week with her girlfriends on a girls' trip, and she'd be a guest kind of thing on Vanderpump Villa. Like, so for people that haven't seen season 1 of Vanderpump Villa, like Lisa had some of her friends from like other Real Housewives and stuff like that come as guests. So it was people that we knew or people that we've seen in the public eye before that are a little popular and things like that. So for all we know, Stassi could be doing Vanderpump Villa and she be the guest at the castle where all these people are catering to her needs. We don't know what's going on with Vanderpump Villa. All we know is that she will be a part of Vanderpump Villa. That is what was announced. So for all we know, she could be a guest and be catered to all weekend, and that be episode 1. Hell yeah. Like, I'm still there for it.
Could tolerate because she knew she'd bring them ratings, and then
she's remained friends
or,
with Lisa.
Yeah, it could be a means to an end as well for her publicity wise.
Just as her brand as a whole. So now when you look at everything and you say, okay, they brought back Jax, they brought back Kristen, and now they're bringing back Stassi, no matter what dramas preceded. Do you think they should have all been brought back? Or, this sort of seems like there's a, you're fired, but come back. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah. I think everyone deserves a second chance. And it seems like maybe like people have this period of public shaming, and then
it's not really uncommon. Look at Bravo. All right, so we have to think of it like this. A lot of people have gotten second, even third chances. Brandy Gainville, who's like, I think she has a huge lawsuit right now against not Evolution, but Bravo and NBC. She's come back for all those Ultimate Girls trips. They've had her try out for other Real Housewives stuff. We've seen other people just come back. Like I was watching Below Deck, and I saw Alexa from Real Housewives of OC on there, and I was like, why is Alexis Bellino on Below Deck? So it's like Bravo has given people second, third, fourth chances. Even Tamra was fired from the Real Housewives of OC, and then she did so well at BravoCon that the Ultimate Girls trip that everyone wanted her back, so they brought her back. And then so it's not uncommon, but like it's kind of like it's a publicity move in the sense like when Jackson, even Kristen and Stassi said what they said about Faith and that whole situation that happened, they had no choice but to fire them because people were going to boycott the show if they didn't. So it's like, all right, let the fire die down before we bring you back kind of a thing. It's worked for other people. It's how, unfortunately, reality shows work, especially with social media involved and everything that we kind of deal with in this realm. And it's something that just like it's a learning lesson for them, just like it's a learning lesson with us, even as fans of the show. They're learning as they keep producing this stuff, how it's going to be. We never really had reality TV until like really the Kardashians started coming on the air, and Paris Hilton with her Simple Life with Nicole Richie. Those were like the two first reality shows. And they learned as they went through this whole reality star show process and social media then getting involved and having more of a reach with social media and cancel culture and all of that. It's all a learning lesson. There's not like one way to do it. And I think as they're learning, they're doing what's best for the shows. And believe me, Bravo and NBC will bring back anyone that the fans want, especially if it's going to help make them money. Let's be real.
Next scandal breaks, people forget. And then you're freed from the chains. It seems like it was pretty quick after Scandoval hit that Jax had his whole redemption and starting his own bar, and then
technically he was cast on the Villains. I think the Villains was shot before Scandoval happened, if I recall correctly. So he was already on his redemption arc with the Villains and that show on USA. And then come Scandoval, yes, he had a little bit more say in the podcast and all of that his redemption was looking brighter for sure. And then the Valley, and then all of this.
Valley. Yeah, it's very, very interesting, for a lack of a better word.
I will say too, when you think about your situation, no matter how dramatic it all was, and pretending we didn't know all these things that happened thereafter, production certainly didn't skip a beat in coming back to you. So, I look at that from a standpoint of, again, it's television, and they're not mad at anybody. They're whoever's bringing in ratings, whoever's bringing in money, drama, it's television. Yeah. And so, I look at all that and I think it's all means to the ends. Everybody wins. The network wins because they get great content and clicks, and the individual wins because they get a paycheck and a platform to do with it what they want.
But the thing with that too, it's like, even with Rachel like leaving or not coming back and like not fulfilling her contract and all of that. If they found a different show that would fit Rachel, they would ask her back. I don't necessarily think that she would fit into any other show right now. But they would give her another shot, just like they gave everybody else. Whether she took it or not is a whole different ball game, you know?
Tom's girlfriend has.
Before we start this, I'm just going to mute really quick for 1 second so I can blow my nose. And I know that if I mute, then you can't hear the podcast. We've already tested that theory out. Okay. Let's get on to the second part of this one. This is where she talks about Victoria. So we talked about the Valley. We talked about Vanderpump Villa. Now we're on to Victoria.
Come at you for speaking about it. She came at you kind of hard. How do you feel about that?
So Victoria says, the girl leaves VPR, ruins people's lives, but then lives and breathes Vanderpump Rules after. Still continues to try and ruin people's lives. If you were genuine, you would reach out on a personal level, but instead you post it for attention and relevance. Also, this is so obvious. You had your publicist reach out to TMZ for a pity party and attention. Gross.
Okay, now I'm going to stop her because she made this seem like this was like breaking headline news. Reality is when Victoria said this comment, this was when I believe Jax was just going into the mental health facility. Victoria had left this. Oh, thank you, Bridget. I'm glad you're here with us. Jax was just going into the mental health facility, and Victoria had left this on. It was one of these. I know I have it in my file of files. It was. I don't think it's going to be in this one, but I want to say it was like July. Maybe even, I want to say it might have even been, it was during like the Billy Lee situation and all of that. Because it was right after Vanderpump ended. Jax was going into the mental health facility. And Victoria had left this on one of these Bravo fan pages. And she had left that comment. And I had seen it. And I was like, oh, damn, girl. Like, that's exactly what we've all been saying for quite a long time now. And Rachel just doesn't get it. Like, she doesn't get it at all. She says that she, like, when Vanderpump ended, she was like, I'm so happy that the show is ending. I can move on with my life. I don't need to talk about this anymore. And they gave her like a week to 2 weeks, and it was the same. Like, literally other episodes, like, I have it opened right here. We can see, just for my little tabby tab right here, Rachel goes rogue. This is kind of better. But, like, all of her episodes, 4th of July, all right? Rachel goes on a date. Okay, that's nothing crazy. Renee and Rachel go rogue, but then it's like, raise your glass. This is going to be juicy. Raise your glasses in the air. That's a Vanderpump kind of quote. Surviving, because it was her reflecting on how she survived working at SUR. The pageant princess, though it was about pageants, she also reflected on her time on VPR doing the pageants. Getting raw and real, and emotional over Jax Taylor, which this is, so we know it was August 6th, where she talked about Jax. That's when Victoria left that comment, was during this episode right here, because I had saved it, which, you know what? It might even be saved in that folder. Now that I think about it. Because I save a lot. As soon as I see it, no, it's not there yet. As soon as I see it, I save it. But it's like, I was in the wrong folder. Oh, yeah, so it's not there. But like, I know Victoria made that comment a long time ago, and she was like trying to claim it as like headline freaking news yesterday, when that's literally not when it was. So it's like, oh, please, like, you're just making more stuff up. So I just wanted to point that out. Like, if I could do it out, I could look. I might even have it. I have a whole on my Discord. I have like a Vanderpump, a Vanderpump channel on my Discord, which is my own personal Discord. That's the only Discord I'm in. And I save all of my Vanderpump stuff there too as well. So I have like folders of Vanderpump everything. When I research hard, guys. You want to start?
Let's break it down line by line, shall we?
Okay, let's go for it.
Since we're talking about it. So this is basically in response to my post to Jax Taylor, wishing him the best in his recovery. So
exactly. See, I was right. So this was not headline news. It took you pretty much a whole month to respond to what Victoria had to say regarding that, whether it's they just didn't see Victoria say that or not. I don't believe that's true, because I do know that once Victoria left that on one Vanderpump IG fan page, all the Vanderpump IG fan pages saw it, which we know Rachel is following all of them clearly. And then Reality Blurb put it up and everybody was talking about it. So she patiently took her time to respond to this. Why? I would love to know why it took her this long. Maybe she had to figure out what she wanted to say. We know how Rachel is. She likes to plan what she says.
So she says the girl leaves Vanderpump Rules, ruins people's lives, but then lives and breathes Vanderpump Rules after, still continues to try to ruin people's lives.
Period. There's a period there. Rachel, that's exactly what you have been doing. You literally left Vanderpump Rules because you ruined people's lives. You were sleeping with your best friend's boyfriend for 7 months behind your friend's back. And your other friends on top of it had no freaking clue that you were doing this. You ruined people's lives. You left Vanderpump Rules. And then now you have this podcast that you are continuing to talk about Vanderpump Rules. And when she says you are continuing to ruin people's lives, did you forget that you have a lawsuit right now against Scandoval, which, listen, he might deserve it more than Ariana, but a literal lawsuit against Ariana for finding out that you were fucking her man. You were literally mad that Scandoval recorded you, which is like a here or there kind of thing. We don't know if he had permission. She's claiming he didn't have permission. Is she doing this to be petty? Did he really have permission? Were they both recording each other? We don't know that situation. But she's trying to say that Ariana then took this screen recording when she found out that they were cheating with each other. And then she sent it around town, which there's no actual proof that Ariana sent it around town. There is proof, though, she did send it to herself to then send it to Rachel saying, go fuck yourself, with the screen recording, which I would have totally done the same thing too. Like, letting the girl know, you've been caught red-handed. This was on his phone. I have it. It's from me to you. I know what you've been doing now. But she took that as a threat, which I could understand because, like, listen, with the whole, like, exploiting sex and pornography and all of that stuff, like, it's a whole no. You don't do that. You also don't sleep with your friend's boyfriend for 7 months and act like it's nothing and then go and sue them for your pain and suffering. And, like, we've broken down the lawsuit here, like the complaint, which I do want to go over all the other complaints now that they're filed. We'll have to do another live where we do that, because in Rachel's complaint, when we read it, it literally had not a lot to do about Ariana and Tom, but a lot to do about what Vanderpump Rules did to her, what James Kennedy did to her, what Scheana did to her, what this person did to her, what Evolution did to her, what the producers did to her. And she's suing these people because of this. And like I said, even with the lawsuit, the way she left the lawsuit, and Emily D. Baker does a wonderful job. If you guys do not know who Emily D. Baker is, I know Complete Creations does, because she's another Emily D. Baker fan. And I know Cooch knows who Emily D. Baker is. But she covers all of the Bravo lawsuits and other like crazy celebrity lawsuits. Like she did the Russ lawsuit. That was, oh my God, I was totally into that. But she covers all of the Bravo Sphere lawsuits. And she's been covering this as well. And just the complaint that Rachel wrote, like, she left it open so that way she could add other people to this lawsuit. And I've been saying it since I've seen the lawsuit, and Emily explained it too, that I have a feeling that she's going to add Evolution and NBC and Bravo, just like Brandy did with her, because it's the same lawyers. That's the thing. So she got with Bethany to do that podcast. Bethany has these lawyers that helped with Brandy and is helping with Rachel to sue, but they couldn't directly sue Evolution and Bravo with Rachel's because of the situation, that this was a way to open that door to be able to sue Tom and Ariana and then add Evolution and NBC onto the lawsuit. So that way they were then included. But the way that the complaint was, like, that's why they were asking for dismissals so far in advance, because just the way the lawsuit was written, it was bullshit. It was bullshit. But anyways, that's me sidetracking. We'll get into that a different live. Maybe that'll be my first members only. Oh, before we go further, let me send the other. Oh, Jenny, by the way, you got a membership here. Let me give my other 5 memberships away. Since we have more people in the chat, I want to do that now before I forget and get sidetracked. Now, we don't want to start a poll. We're going to gift 5 more memberships. All right, let's see who gets them. I hope you get one, Bridget. Let's see. And Karen, all my good peoples. Ooh, Natasha got one. Yay. Dee got one. She's my other girl that's always here. Doree Frank got one too. Yay. All my Vanderpump peeps. Look at that. Oregon Squirrel. I don't know who that is. There we go. Yes. I'm so happy for you guys. I will be doing members only lives. So that is going to be starting. I have Ariana's cocktail book. Now, I'm not a big drinker, but I do want to start like making some of these cocktails that she has and all of that good stuff, and kind of doing what I had planned and much more. So look forward to those memberships with you guys.
I would say to that, maybe look at who you're dating right now. And if it's quote unquote ruining people's lives, then there's 2 in that to make that a reality. And you're dating the other person. So
wait, are you taking accountability for what you did? Is that what I'm hearing, Rachel?
I don't know why you're focusing on me, and I'm not continuing to try to ruin people's lives.
What? You're not trying to continue to ruin somebody's life when you're literally suing them for hundreds of thousands of dollars? Literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. What? You're not trying to ruin somebody's life? Ariana, who's literally making money working on Love Island, doing Chicago, kicking ass and taking fucking names, you are going after her and Scandoval, which, like I said, he has more of a case than Ariana for actually recording her without her consent, because in California, you need that consent. But you're not trying to ruin people's lives. Okay.
I really don't know how I have the power to ruin other people's lives, especially
Don't-
now.
You don't have to be suing people. You don't have to be suing people. You could not be having a lawsuit right now. You could shut the fuck up when it comes to other people. Like, literally, we just heard you talk all about Jax and Brittany's divorce, and you didn't have to. These are like, you pick and choose your battles. You don't have to be suing for hundreds of thousands of dollars from somebody that you literally fucked over. You fucked her boyfriend of 9 years knowing they were together. But you're not doing anything wrong. Okay.
Your reach out to Jax was sincere.
Yeah, and she's saying
No.
I should have reached out to him on a personal level.
It was not sincere. You were trying to be like, look at me, guys. I'm a mental health advocate. This is me advocating for somebody else's mental health treatment because I'm a mental health advocate. That's what that was. Her posting on social media about Jax going into the facility was her way of being this so-called advocate that she's not. Because then that's when Miss USA Grand decided to put on the little banner, Rachel, former pageant contestant and mental health advocate. Like, she even I believe it's even on her IG, if I recall correctly, which we're going to go right to it right now because I have it right here. Oops, let's see. Rachel Leviss. Booyah, bitch. I want to say it's right on her IG, too, where it says mental health advocate. Yep, right here. Mental health advocate. Humanitarian. Learning as I go. Those are what she has. And how am I not following her? My IG has been like not following people that I've been following forever. Even I think it's on this one. Let's see. Meet the judges. There you go. Excuse me. It says reality star and mental health advocate. She literally thinks that she is an advocate. An advocate. How can you be advocating for people's mental health when that's not what you're doing? When you're literally talking shit about their mental health. She really should have just stuck to like not talking about like these headlines and kept talking like, and I said this from like when she said she was going to move on from VPR. I was like, if she continues to like, you know, have these dating experts, have these other therapists in other areas, like she wanted to talk about like trauma as a kid, the grooming aspect of things, because you know she thought Tom groomed her. Just things like that. More therapists, people from these pageants. She wanted to have more pageant people come on. She could totally do that with this podcast, and people would still be interested in it. I think it would be a better direction for her, and it would put her in it would make her look better. It would make her look better in general. But her putting her nose into drama where it doesn't belong is just her way of staying relevant. And that's the problem. She'd rather do this kind of a podcast than a mental health advocacy podcast. And that's just Rachel for you.
I don't have a way to do that. I don't have his phone number. He has me blocked on Instagram. So unless I wanted to like buy a cameo from him and tell him through a cameo.
Oh, the excuses. Listen, everybody's blocked by Jax. There's a whole group literally called Blocked by Jax. There's a hashtag even. Like literally everyone is blocked by Jax. And I hate that excuse. Like I've heard it before, even with like people from YouTube with me. Like, well, she has me blocked on YouTube and she has me blocked on this. There are other ways you could reach out even if you're blocked. It's called, you're not blocked on my email, and my email is very public. When the person who said this to me was like, I have no way to reach out to her, she has me blocked. That was a lie, though. And I proved that it was a lie because she claimed I had her blocked on every social media when reality was I was following her on every social media and she wasn't blocked anywhere. She's not even blocked on this channel right now. Like, oh, the good old TN. You know who I'm talking about. But yeah, I hate that excuse the most. Well, he has me blocked. So like, how am I supposed to reach out? I'm pretty sure you could have emailed the When Reality Hits podcast. You could have reached out to Brittany and said, hey, like, I'm blocked by Jax. Like, hey, can you pass this message along? You could have had your PR lady sent it. Juliet mops the floor for Rachel as it is with everything else. So it's not an excuse. That's what it is. It's an excuse. Well, I'm saying, like, don't say like, well, I tried to reach out to this person, but they had me blocked. Especially like if you're trying to wish them all the best going into a mental health facility and you're being sincere about it, Jenny. Like, she literally posted that on social media for the attention, just like all these other people, not to actually prove that she was sincere and cared. That's how I saw it. And so did everybody else. If you're being sincere and you do care about somebody, you would find a way to reach out privately. That's just my opinion.
Message. There was no way for me to reach out to Jax on a personal level. And she's saying I post it for attention and relevance.
You did.
Well, the truth of the matter is, I don't know how else to say this without coming across a certain way, but like, I guess I am relevant. Honestly, like, I don't understand how Victoria is telling me that I'm putting this out here to be relevant.
It's not that you're not relevant. You were putting it out there to put your side. Like, all right. So what she did was she posted that. The fans backlashed, as they should, because it's like, here you are, like, doing this for attention. And then she went to TMZ and cried to TMZ about how she's getting hate because she wished Jax the best. She literally helped put the storyline out there with TMZ. She was making herself more relevant than she already wasn't. Like, she was not relevant at that point. It should have been about Jax and him getting the help that he needed. That would be like, you know, I don't know. And I guess like it compares to like when Rachel went to the Meadows and everybody talked and gave their opinion about her going to the Meadows. She didn't like that very much. It's the same thing. You didn't like when it was done to you. So why are you now doing this to somebody else when you claim to be an advocate? That's how I am seeing it.
Jax checked himself into a mental health facility, and so did I. So, like, I don't know who else is more qualified to talk about this specific topic.
Yeah.
So, because you went to a mental health facility, you are qualified to talk about it? Is that what she's trying to say? Well, girl, I've been locked up in YPI. It might have not been for very long. I've been in therapy for a long time. I've done a lot of group therapy for a long time. Like, so am I qualified to talk about this? Because, you know, I've done the work to get my mental health to be where it needs to be? No. Like, oh my God. Sometimes she just makes me laugh, like completely, like just the things that come out her mouth.
Yeah, that's very true. And you were on the show, and your perspective is what, you know, I'm sorry, but hers isn't. I mean, maybe she's trying to get on the show, but she wasn't on the show. So not sure hers is relevant.
I mean, damn, Juliet just called it. Well, maybe she's trying to be a part of the show and get on the show. Maybe she's trying to be relevant. Maybe Victoria is. We already know she had a back and forth with Billy to be relevant. So maybe Victoria is. But what Victoria said was all factual, in my opinion. It's what literally, like, I have the comments saved here for us so we can all look. If we go right here, my pictures. Oh, not those photos. I believe it's in videos. Huh. Oh, you know where they are? Dun, 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 dun. because I'm so like organized. Comments right here. So this is from her IG that I got in. This is from Jax's episode and what the fans are saying. Let's see, like, if this is like similar to what Victoria is saying. I don't think you or your publicists are close enough to either parties to be discussing their personal life for profit. This is about Jax's episode. Mental health advocate? Where? This appears to be the complete opposite. While I appreciate your podcast, saying someone's divorce isn't that big of a deal is the wrong tone. It's always a big deal, especially when there are kids involved, even if you saw it coming. The last time it was, she was qualified to speak on him because she went to a mental health facility. I've gone to a mental health facility, but I've never spoken about other people's life experiences because I happen to do the same thing. She's never been married or divorced. So
I'm not seeking
why
relevance
is she
by any
talking?
means.
Oops.
I made a comment. I shared my perspective.
When it falls out of my ear and I push it back in, Jenny knows this all too well. It likes to start playing whatever's on the playlist or call somebody or hang up on them. She's not qualified by her own logic to even be talking about this. Even when she was on VPR, she wasn't friends with that man. She knows that she's controversial, so she knows that whatever she talks about, anything people are going to go up in arms about. It is so good job trying to barely keep yourself relevant in the Bravo world. I think she said it the best here about that episode. I don't think Rachel had any place talking about Jax and Brittany. Here she is talking about something she knows nothing about. Did she not express her frustrations earlier in the podcast about how people shouldn't be talking about others when they don't live their life? This is hypocritical and way to be too far. I was Team Rachel, but now I'm out. She's not. She's out. Sorry, Stacey J. Cook. But, like, this is literally pretty much the same thing, just so many different words that Victoria was saying. And I have other ones. I have them for all of them. So this episode, let's look at these comments real quick. I have a couple good ones. This all just came from her podcast page, Rachel Goes Road podcast page. These are all the comments right there until she deletes them, because we all know she likes to delete comments that she, doesn't float her boat. It is obvious this girl needs more therapy. She clearly is afraid to move on and become an adult established in her life. If she was really honest with herself and the therapist, she would say she's afraid of not being relevant, missing the notoriety, and isn't confident about pursuing her own goals of being a child psychologist. That is true. Furtherest, it's okay to not want to move on to healthier pursuits. Just be honest about it. I personally think we, the public, should quit supporting these shows that follow young adults and hijack their development. There is nothing sorrier than watching the Jersey Shore gang still film while knocking up against year 40. Just sad. I don't think it's sad. Why are we invested? So they had a good point until this other point, so I can agree to disagree with this comment. I do think, though, that there is a lot about reality TV shows and maybe what it does to people that we don't quite understand, and we will learn as we go as a society. Just like you can't predict what's going to happen if you don't know what's going to happen. Like, we never had reality TV, like I said, until we had reality TV. So we didn't know what was going to happen down the road with reality TV stars and, you know, their mental health and things like that until they experienced it, until more shows came about and things like that. So you can only fix what you know. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. Not that I watch like the New Jersey Shore, but like I kind of like being able to see them all get back together and have fun with each other. That's kind of cool. Now, the Teen Mom, I think that's stupid that they're bringing all the Teen Mom girls back together. And I was a Teen Mom fan for a long time. I'm totally not watching that. That's one show I'm not watching. The new Teen Mom stuff. Here we go, though. Rachel, this is heartbreaking. You have to move on. It's becoming sad now. You have done very, very bad things. Just getting off this and get a real job. Nobody cares anymore. What you have to say, this is how I feel. I don't hate you, but just stop, please. You might as well call your podcast Rachel Goes On and On about VPR. That's a good one, Melissa B. I'll give you that credit. That was a good one. I mean, Victoria, wrong? ? No, Victoria was completely right with her comment, in my opinion, too. Is there a reason why she's always talking about the VPR cast? Like, I don't get it. Does she have anything original? Like, this is what Victoria was pretty much saying in other words, though. It's time to move on with your life, don't you think? Like, let it end. He's moved on, and you're trying to hang on for dear life. Just have some self-respect. Anyways, I think we got the point. We'll look at the other comments for the next chapter, but let's finish this one up. It is so true, right? They're all damn good. Yeah, these damn ear pods.
And ultimately, it is well wishes to Jax and his recovery. So the people trying to spin it and say that I'm doing something wrong in this specific situation, I don't know what to say to those people. It's just that's not the case.
It's also very ironic because it's the same sort of drum we've had to keep beating is somebody says something and brings you in, you defend yourself, and then they say you can't let go of Vanderpump rules that you're trying to.
No. So what she wasn't getting, though, and see, that's the thing. This has been like her whole like MO since like her podcast. The show hadn't even started yet. And she was like, when VPR comes, I'm going to make sure I have this podcast so that way I can give my side of things since I don't have a voice. That was her whole MO of this whole podcast to begin with. Then VPR did its thing. And when they would talk about her on the show, she's just like, I don't understand why they just can't move on already. And it's like, but you're not thinking of it in the perspective of this was filmed months, like literally 2 months to a month. It started filming a month to 2 and 3 after the reunion. So are they currently talking about you January, February, March when the show is airing? No. They were talking about you literally a whole year before that when they were filming the show. But she was trying to be like, I don't know why they just can't stop talking to me. Because it was all still brand new to everybody. It had all literally just happened. But she made it seem like they were not shutting up about her when reality was, when the filming happened, it was all new at that time still. They were finding out more information. They were finding out more about the affair. They're finding out more about the truth of the affair and when the timeline of events happened and what, like, who did what and this and all of that. Like, and even to this day, we didn't find out a lot of things, like the actual premise of what went down between Rachel and Tom until Rachel did that podcast where she explained the situation in details of how they first hooked up. She tries to make it seem like, well, the only reason I'm talking about it is because they're talking about it. That's just not how it goes.
And it's it, right? It's that constant.
Yeah. Well, yeah. In all fairness, like Vanderpump Rules it's not airing anymore. So like, yeah, I do understand the perspective.
You just said she really thinks like they're not going to air it anymore. You just admitted last podcast, chapter 50, the day before you did this one, that you knew that there were possibly going to be picking up filming and rebooting VPR, which means that if you heard about the reboot, you also heard about how they were going to do farewell episodes as well. So don't act like they're not going to be talking about things, because there are going to be at least a couple episodes where the cast comes back together and they might talk about things. Let's just be real. Or, as she even said herself, well, everyone's going to have a spinoff show. Everyone has a podcast to talk about it. They can still talk about it, just like you're still talking about it.
That me talking about Vanderpump Rules now is spending my time and energy on this subject. But I think maybe to remind people that like there are reporters out there, like quote unquote reporters, like the Nick Viles of the world and the Up and Adams of the world.
Ooh, I have to point that out. She said Nick Viles' name right. And the only reason I say that is because wait till chapter 52. She doesn't say his name right, but she knows how to say it here. So I had to point that out.
Reporting on this stuff weekly, saying their opinions and their 2 cents and this quote unquote factual evidence. And need I remind you, like I am 1 degree removed from the situation. And therefore I feel like my insight and my perspective has some relevance. And so if you're interested in knowing what that is, then that's the purpose of me talking about it now.
And I don't
and that's fine. But don't say, if you want to talk, like that was like the perfect comment that girl put, like, admit though that you want to stay relevant. Admit that you want to talk about it. Don't keep saying that you're done talking about VPR and continue to talk about it. That was the point of Victoria's comment too. You say that you're done with Vanderpump Rules. You say you want to move on in your life. You don't want anything to do with the show anymore. But here you are still talking about it endlessly, nonstop. That would be like me saying, I'm done with VPR, and all I do here on my channel is continue to talk about VPR. It would be the same thing. It's the hypocrisy.
remember. Did you tell me to call TMZ?
Did TMZ even report on this? I don't remember that. Did you call
Girl,
TMZ?
please don't act like you don't know TMZ didn't report on this. You're really gonna make me do this right now? I know I have it saved, but TMZ, Rachel Leviss responds to Jax Taylor going in to a mental health. Actually, I know right where I have it. We'll just put that. It should be enough. Rachel Leviss faced backlash after wishing Jax Taylor a speedy recovery. And believe me, we know you have their fucking number. You are giving them the clues to where you were going to be and where, when, why, and how during Scandoval. When you were at the nail salon getting your nails done for the reunion and you had no makeup on, we knew you had their freaking number. So this is what she wrote to Jax, wishing you a speedy recovery. This is the whole, I'm getting backlash for it. TMZ reported on it. Literally. And believe me, you think that her publicist and her are going to admit that they contacted TMZ? That's like Heather Dubrow admitting that she calls the photographers. I had to use that because Heather Dubrow will go to the grave saying, I don't have any of these paparazzi's numbers. It's the same thing. They're not going to admit to it, but we know damn well Miss Juliet mopped the floor and had to spin it to help out Rachel to fit her narrative that she was, now look, she's supposed to be a mental health advocate. She was just wishing him well. Now she's getting all this backlash. Yeah, we know you contacted TMZ. Shut up.
I absolutely did it. I read it like everybody else. We don't need to drum up publicity on this stuff. We are not.
Well,
so
yeah, and that's the thing too. Like with the statement that I put out, it was very much like matter of fact. It's like kind of stating the obvious and reminding people of the situation of what happened, and not wishing ill will on anyone.
No,
Right.
honey,
I know.
made it
So
about
let's-
yourself. Do we have to look at that too? Oh my God, Rachel, I didn't think I was going to have to do all of this work for you. Literally. So we know it was around. So the way I do it, it would be in this one. Here's when he went into the facility. This was her message to Jax. And it's going to take me out. Damn it. It's all good. We'll go back to the media player after. Why would it do that? It's a photo. Oh, it's a video. That's why. It's a video. I forgot she made it some video of her typing. So to Jax, I'm deeply saddened to hear of Jax's mental health struggles, and I wholeheartedly support his decision to seek treatment. I pray that his news is met with open-mindedness, that mine lacked. As I faced mockery, accusations of simply being in a spa, and did a whole podcast about how she was accused of being in a spa. We covered that here on my channel as well. I hope he finds the healing that I did through my own journey. Here she is. Mine. I feel like those seagulls, and I forgot what Disney movie that is. But the mine, like that's literally, she made this about herself. Made it about herself. And it was supposed to be to Jax, though she made it in a third person. Like, I'm deeply saddened to hear of Jax. It's not to Jax then. Because you'd be like, I am deeply saddened, Jax, to hear. Like, you're talking to him, not talking to whoever is going to listen about him. This girl, man. Did I? Thank God I do my research and I have everything prepared. Because I didn't think I was going to have to bring that up. But there you go. That's where people gave her the backlash. Because it was all about her in that statement. And what she went through and how she hopes that he doesn't. Ooh, there goes my headphone. Get the same backlash that she did, because she got mocked and she got accused and she got this and she got that.
Tom's girlfriend.
Okay, so we were almost done actually. So let's see if we're about here.
Statement. He was in treatment for no other reason, right? And I'm not wishing ill on him, but then everybody jumping on why are you? Our plan was to not let any reality television to go through what you went through. You said
All right, we're about
the
right
situation
here.
of what happened, and not wishing ill will on anyone.
Right. I know. So let's just talk about the fact that the main reason that you're talking about this particular thing at all is because you lived it. You were the first in, I think, most of reality television to go through what you went through. You set a precedent for what Jax is.
Julia, don't make claims that she was the first if you don't know that for a fact. I don't know if she was the first, and there could have been Finding Nemo. Thank you. I knew it was one of those Disney movies that I loved. But like, so many other reality stars have gotten mental health help. That is such a tongue twister for me every time I say it. So many other people have gotten mental health help that they just didn't make it like known or made it like a thing or had like some big scandal going on that like then they went into a mental health facility where then it became a big deal kind of a thing, that she can't say that she was the first, that because she was the first that she's able to talk about it. She might have been the first for like Vanderpump. But then if you really want to be technical, Lala's done plenty of therapy. So has Scheana. So has James. Jax has done therapy before on Vanderpump. So though they never went to an actual facility, like, you know, maybe Rachel did, people have had mental health help before. So I don't want to say she's the first. And Juliette, you should know better as a PR rep. Come on now. We got people holding her to the flames on every word she says, like me over here. I'll hold her to the flames.
Going through right now, and anybody here afterwards. And let's also remind people, at the time, we reacted to somebody leaking the news, and that's why we told them where they were. His people came out and they are talking about where he is.
Yes, it's called getting on top of the story before the story gets out there. Something, I mean, at that point, she didn't have Juliette as a representative. So she was just getting hooked up with Juliette. So she didn't really have a publicist to really put it out there before other people got a hold of it. And yes, it was said that she was at a spa because 2 days before she actually went into the mental health facility, she did go to a spa with Sandoval. And Sandoval made it a thing with that whole video that we thought we could hear Rachel in the background, and everyone speculated that is she there with him at the spa, like continuing to be there when she had just gone into the Meadows. And then she had just found her family, I think, had just found Juliette and the It Girl PR company that she had just gotten hooked up with it, because at that point she had Sandoval's rep as her rep. And she knew that it wasn't good to have the same PR person, and it wasn't working out too well, and she needed to find her own PR person. So then Juliette got on top of this, and she handled it like she did. So it's not like Juliette could have got on top of the story like Jax's PR people did, because she didn't have Juliette at that time. But I'm pretty sure, and I'm going to say this, if Juliette was with Rachel before all this went down, Juliette would have made sure to get on top of that story before any story got put out there that she was at a spa or any of that stuff. That's how PR works.
And I feel like you're being
clarify that. What do you mean we've leaked?
So when you went into the facility, our plan was to not let anybody know. And my plan in particular was to give you time to get into treatment and heal. The only reason that we put out a statement saying where you were is because somebody from the Meadows leaked it. And then the whole cast went into the fact that you're at a spa, right? And took it lightly and made it all.
Actually, I think their timeline of events are a little backwards. So the spa thing, yes, happened first. And then when she got into the Meadows, somebody that was just leaving the Meadows, who had known like Rachel and the show, had leaked it to the press that Rachel was going into the Meadows for mental health help. So yeah, it was Juliette's way of, you know, taking control of the situation, not letting any more rumors or accusations getting out there, which is totally a PR's job, and making sure that TMZ and all of these, you know, publishing companies out there had the actual facts of the matter, that this is what Rachel was doing. That's what you hired her for. She did her job well. I can give her credit where credit is due.
A PR thing, and it minimized it. So we had to come out and put out a statement. Now, fast forward to here, where his reps actually put out the statement he was in treatment for no other reason, right? And I'm not wishing ill on him.
No. So that's called getting ahead of the story before the story gets ahead of you. So that's letting people know, hey, by the way, like, you're going to have to see this anyways when the Valley comes out. And before, like, people, because at that point he had already had rumors about him cheating on Brittany with the PR lady and all of that, him going out to the bars, all of that, that this was a way of making sure that they got ahead of the story before the story got ahead of them. Jax put out his statement on IG on his public platforms, And then his public representative made sure to contact TMZ, Reality Blurb, all of those big companies to make sure they had all of the facts to it. So that way nobody could make up rumors or accusations. They learn from mistakes. So I'm not saying that like Rachel's was a mistake, but they saw what happened when she went in, that they got ahead of it. That's not a bad thing. That's not.
But then everybody jumping on, why are you talking about it? Your entire platform, this platform, is so that you can talk about what you went through, what you've learned from it, mental health, how to avoid the caveats. Your whole platform is built on this experience because you were one of the first ones that actually.
I mean, what else is she going to talk about on this platform? Let's be real, Juliet. She's made this platform what it is because she has nothing else to talk about. So this is her way of staying relevant and staying in the Bravo sphere. You call yourself an advocate. This is not what advocates do. Maybe you need to look up the definition of what an advocate is, but like advocates are all for people getting help and being behind them, helping other people and continuing to do things like that. This is what you say you want for your platform, but yet you're not doing that with your platform. That is the problem I have with Rachel, is that she claims that this platform is to be an advocate, help other people, maybe help other people along on their journey by listening to her journey. But then you're talking about headline news, which is something like other podcasts do. Yes, like Nick Viall. We can even say that Katie and Dana's podcast talk about headline news. Even Lala's podcast talks about headline news. But like Rachel's now adapting that into her podcast when that wasn't her podcast style before. It's a little weird.
So you went into a mental health facility and you were in there for 3 months. So yeah. How does that make you feel to have all these people still, here we are a year later, and they're telling you don't have a right to speak on it, and double standard. Let's praise Jax for taking care of his business.
My whole platform right now.
I don't think anyone praised Jax more than they wished him the best, because they could tell from all the years of watching VPR and then the Valley that he has a lot of unresolved issues where maybe like Rachel's were not as predominant as Jax's were, but like we could tell that Jax had an issue. He had an issue when he was dating Stassi. He had an issue when he was dating all those other girls. And then he still had the same issues when he was dating Brittany. And we thought that by the time he got onto the Valley, now he's a married man with a child, and like maybe like him being a dad would change him. And then we still see the same old Jax. It was a way of wishing him the best, because we could all see that he's needed this help for a long time. And finally, he was doing something about it. Whether it was because his relationship was crumbling or not, like he needed this help regardless. That's how I saw it. We weren't praising him for getting help. You wish the best for everybody. I've wished the best for Rachel since day one, and I will continue to wish her the best, even if I don't agree with her. Because all I want is the best for everybody. I think everybody in this world, whether you like me or I like you, like I want the best for everybody. That is my positive mindset that I've always had in life, and nobody's going to change that. Everybody deserves happiness. Why can't we all just be happy? That's what makes the world go round. Not all of this negative bullshit.
Is speaking from my experience, and my mission is to keep this from happening. Like the mental health aspect in the reality TV world is really what I've been talking about for the past, 6 months. And so when I am speaking about the situation of Jax checking himself into a mental health facility, it's coming from a place of genuine concern. And I do have a unique perspective, and frankly, no one else is more qualified to talk about this topic than I am. I don't know why people would think that I wouldn't talk about this. Like when I heard the news, I got so fired up. Like I was like, okay, when are we podcasting next, you guys? Because this is important. And if you guys tuned into that podcast like that, I feel like that was the most
inspiring and passionate I've ever recorded. It felt really good. And it felt like I had a lot to say because this is what I've been talking about this whole time.
Totally. I agree with that.
Which we
Tom's
are,
girlfriend.
I am on chapter 40. I have 40 already done. And I believe that is 44, if I recall correctly. Let's just look together while we have it right here. So that is, yes, 44. So we're not that far behind in our podcast. So this is like 15, 20 minutes long. This is an hour. It's about neurotypical, which is a great episode in my opinion. Then it's her telling her story, which, let's see, 42. I don't think it's that long for some reason. It's 32 minutes, so you have to minus the commercials. So it's about 20 minutes. So that's going to be a short one. And then this is another short one. This is about a half hour. And then it's that one, which is an hour-long podcast. So we are almost to that Jax podcast. I can't wait because I've already listened to like a little bit of it when I was editing, because I do this ahead of the time. So as she does the podcast, though I'm behind on my channel, I'm downloading it. I'm downloading the preview of it. I'm listening to the preview. I'm watching all the fan sites. I'm watching the Reddit. So I see what everybody's saying and I'm listening. So I kind of have an understanding of what it's already about. And yes, she was a little fired up and she was kind of like an advocate during that episode per se, but she still wasn't like, she was upset. You know why she was upset? She was upset because people were not giving her the same attention and credit that they were giving to Jax. And she felt like she was wronged. And it's like, why are you okay with him going to a facility and you guys weren't okay with me? Because let's be real, I even said it in this one, like, I still feel to this day that, yes, she didn't know where her life was headed in that point. She had a lot of trying to find out who she was as a person, what she wanted to do. She did have somebody that I believe has narcissistic personality trying to coach her and persuade her and kind of lead her to do things, Mr. Scandoval over there, that the best option for her was to get away from him, and it would help with her PR in the sense that she was getting the help that she did need to figure out what she wanted to do in life and all of that, and figure out if she did have any issues, and get away from him and get away from the whole Scandoval, because she couldn't handle the pressure of what everybody was saying about her at that time. Though she was the one who did all those actions, she couldn't handle what people were saying. So in my opinion, it was still like a 50-50. She needed to go, but she also did it to kind of avoid having to talk about Scandoval and all the things that were happening in her life at that point. Now, I believe, let's go back. I believe that was the last part of this chapter. I might be wrong. I went to the wrong one. Let's see, guys. And this is going, and I knew that I was going to go longer because, like, I like to talk. Okay, so there is a part 3. Because we were just on part 2, right? I hate that this doesn't tell me. I believe we're on part 2. 6:37. Let's see. At this point, I know it's getting late too. No, we did that one. 6:37. Yeah, so that was the end of this one. So we do have, there is 7 minutes here, 2 minutes here. Okay, we're just going to do the next chapter. I was going to call it a night, but let's just do the next chapter like we had planned. Get it all done. So this is now chapter 52. My lips will not be sealed. And this gets even more crazier. So I'm going to not try to pause. I'm not going to try and speak as much because I know that I want to get through this with you guys. But I'm going to have my opinion and I have to give some commentary. So
welcome back to another episode of Rachel Goes Rogue with your host, Rachel Savannah Leviss. There's so much going on in the Bravo sphere, and I feel like we have a lot to talk about. And so I'm
literally the next day after this last one that we literally just listened to, she says the same exact thing. I feel like there's so much going on in this Bravo sphere. Why didn't she just wait to do it on the 31st and cover all 3 topics? That's what I do. At least I like to wait because I know things are going to come out that like it's better to wait a little bit and then talk about it.
being joined by Juliet today to get into part 2.
Let's go to Katie.
Okay.
Katie kind of coming at you again and then telling you to go away. Like, how do you feel about her and her comments?
Oh, so what did she say?
I think it was because you had made the comment that it's a bit surprising and disappointing that even though, you made a mistake, friends make mistakes in the real world all the time, even horrible ones, and their true friends kind of still come in and check on them. And so you had made the comment you were disappointed that nobody has reached out to you since. Like, these supposed true friends have to date not reached out to you or checked in on you. And then, so she was like,
no, if I was exactly saying that, because I kind of don't expect anyone to check in on me. And
that's what it sounded like. When you said that, you were like, well, nobody from the cast reached out. She said cast. And I have that chapter. We just covered it, actually. I think it was 39, actually. She literally said, nobody reached out to me from the cast, and they still haven't to this day. And then she was like, well, besides Lala did send that voice memo. But she made it a point to say cast, and now she's taking it back because she doesn't like what Katie had to say about it.
Have a desire to speak to anybody, but when it happened, I did expect for my so-called friends to at least hear me out and at least.
Oh, you mean the friend that you put a restraining order on that you claimed, or I shouldn't even say restraining order because it didn't go through. It was a temporary restraining order. You wanted that friend, because Scheana was the closest person to you at that point, to reach out to you when she couldn't have any contact with you. Good one, Rachel. Good one.
Want to know my perspective and how we got here. So that's what that comment
and was. I hate to say it, but the reunion kind of gave her perspective and everyone got to hear exactly how she was feeling. And then she went into the mental health facility. So when did they want her to when did they want to reach out to her? When did she want them to reach out to her, I should say? Because the way she made it seem was they should have reached out after she got out of the facility, but she literally did the Bethany Frankel podcast days after leaving the mental health facility, and she literally tore each of her cast members apart again on that podcast. Let me tell you, if you were my friend and I heard that podcast, or a cast member, and or was once a friend of yours and all of that happened, I would not be reaching out to you to be like, well, let me hear your perspective, because I just heard it on the Bethany Frankel podcast that I don't need to hear your perspective. You said what you had to say, but yet she's mad that nobody reached out.
Was addressing, to be clear, it actually wasn't addressing Katie at all. So I'm not sure why she's feeling the need to.
I'm sorry, I have to pause again. But when you say nobody in the cast reached out, that refers to Katie as well. Katie is part of the cast. You might have not met Katie in general, but Katie's part of the cast. Who did you want to reach out? There goes my headphone. Who did you want to reach out to, Rachel? Who? Name names. Don't be beating around the bush over here. Name names. Who did you want to reach out to you?
To address that specifically? Because we were never friends?
Well, I have a theory as to why she brings you into the conversation. Okay. Do you remember when, right when you came out of the facility and we were talking about how there was supposed to be an embargo on the cast talking about you at all or talking about anything?
and the cast never stopped talking about you. And I told production that I basically dare them to keep you out of their mouth. I think that at this point, if people drag you, they drag you for clicks.
Yeah, look at Nick Viall.
Now, this I heard in the trailer. No, I didn't hear this in the trailer. I heard this when I was editing it so I could take out the commercials. And this is where I knew I was going to have to get petty. So let's hear it.
Case study number 1.
Because if you really want somebody to go away, if she wants you to go away and she wants you to disappear,
right?
Stop bringing you up.
Yeah.
But that's not what happens.
Well,
listen, girl, I listen to Katie and Dana's podcast all the time. We've covered 2, maybe 3 episodes here on my channel, which I would love to do more of because I honestly love Dana and Katie together. They do not bring you up unless they have to. The only time they really brought you up, the first time on their podcast, which I did cover it here on my channel, was the iHeartRadio Festival, where you decided to be a petty Betty, and where one of these blog sites called you the best dress and them the worst dress. You made it a point to go on your IG and post that with JoJo over there, Miss Jo, and be a petty Betty. Then you came on your podcast and said, listen, I reached out to Dana and I reached out to Katie via text, and I said I was being petty and I am sorry for what I did. She had to come on her podcast to let us all know that she apologized to them because she realized she was wrong, and this was a growing lesson for her. We took that as, okay, you're a human, you made mistakes. But then when Katie and Dana then talked about it on their podcast, which was after you had already texted them, you had already done the IG post and all of that, you didn't like what they had to say. This is where that's coming from. This is where that's coming from. And the fact that you said nobody in the cast had reached out to you, and you expected people to reach out to you after what you did to everybody. And you're not realizing that your actions had consequences, and what you did and then what you said afterwards about everybody was the reason nobody reached out. You're not taking accountability for what you did. You want everybody to fall at your knees, but yet here you are doing the things that you're doing and not understanding why people aren't being your friend. Believe me, you're not a good friend. What you're doing is not a good friend. I would never want to be her friend. I hate to say it.
The thing about what we're doing right now, this is the matrix that we're living in. When we are commenting on each other, we are driving up views for each other's platforms.
That's true.
So in knowing that, every time I say Lala's name, every time I say Scheana's name, every time I say Katie's name, every time I say Nick Viall's name, I know that I am driving traffic over to them. Mm-hmm. And they know by now.
Did you hear her say Viall? She said Viall right the first time. And that's why I pointed it out last chapter. Because this whole time she'll say Nick Viall. And it's like, girl, you know his name is Viall. It's called the Viall Files for a reason. That I don't know why it makes me laugh, but it's just the way she says it. I feel like she does it on purpose.
Time that they say my name, they're rallying up their viewers, their fans, and they're driving traffic over to me. Now, what the people are saying in the comments is influenced by what we're talking about right for each other. But it's this weird matrix that, like, yeah, if you know the name of the game, you strategize by talking about each other. And that right there.
Welcome to YouTube. That's what I wanted to say to her. When I heard this part, I was like, welcome to how YouTube works. That is literally, like, if anybody, I know a lot of you guys here understand the YouTube game and how somebody talks shit about you, you have the right to respond, and it's like a volleyball fucking game, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That is literally how YouTube has worked. Even with the high players of YouTube, even the millions of subscribers on YouTube, That's how the beauty community did it before the beauty community, like, you know, became what they are today. But like we had, you know, Dramageddon .1, Dramageddon .2 with James Charles and Tati Westbrook and Jeffree Star and all of them, because that's what happened. One person would talk about one person, and then that other person would respond, and it would literally go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's how it works. And yes, by saying their names, you are bringing traffic over to their channel, just like by them saying your name, they're bringing traffic over to your channel, which is why Katie and Dana make it a point not to say your name, because they want nothing to do with you. So here you are, yes, saying, well, here she is talking about me, but those girls will avoid any topic that has anything to do with you because they don't want to say your name. They don't want to drive traffic to your channel. They don't like you. And the comment that you made when you included the entire cast gave Katie that right to say what she said. Literally, it was like maybe 2 minutes long in the podcast, and they moved on, where like Rachel makes a whole freaking podcast episode about this.
Is the strategy and the premise of a show like Vanderpump Rules.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
So as much as I'm like, I want to get out of this matrix, I also recognize that clearly this is like some sort of game, and I have a bigger message that I'm sharing with other people, and the people that get something from listening to my podcast, that is the most rewarding thing for me.
Yeah, no, I think that makes perfect sense.
But girl, you can still put out that message without playing this silly fuck shit game that you're playing. If you want to put out the message that it's okay to get mental health help, it's okay to go to a facility, it's okay that you don't know what to do with dating, it's okay that you don't know what direction your life is going, it's okay to talk about sex and love, it's okay to do like all the things that she does talk about that are good topics, that I do enjoy her podcast when she is talking about good things, then keep doing that. And like I see it here on YouTube, and like I tell my friends this, especially people that are in the drama community, like if you don't want to be a part of the drama, you don't have to be. Just don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. You're allowed to have your opinion. You're allowed to go hang out in friends chats and give your opinion, things like that. But if you have a channel and you don't want to talk about that drama, don't do it. I gave that up a long time ago for a reason. And I've kept my word for a reason, because I enjoy doing this so much more than that back and forth game with other people where it gets you nowhere, but makes you miserable, makes you just, I don't know. It's not fun. It's not fun. This to me is fun. Reviewing like reality TV show podcasts and just talking about reality shows in general. This is fun to me. That's not fun. And then you're like playing games with people's friendships and emotions, and it's not fun. It's not. And you don't have to play it if you don't want to. It's called don't talk about it. Simple as that.
Okay, so a much lighter conversation.
Okay.
And so, you know, she went to work for Ariana as assistant, and then she ended up working at the sandwich shop. And now just recently she posted that her hours were cut and said something to the effect of, well, now my podcast better work because that's kind of where I'm making my living, right?
Same girl, same.
Okay. So why are you talking about Anne? So, okay, we all knew that when the sandwich shop first opened, that it was going to draw a lot of business, and that at some point it was going to die down. So yeah, her hours got cut a little bit, and now she has more time to do the podcast that she was already doing previous to working at Something About Her, which she enjoys doing her podcast just as much as like I enjoy doing this. This is something she enjoys, and she has time now for both. That is a positive thing in Anne's life. But why are you talking about Anne? Anne, of all people, Anne has not had one bad word to say about Rachel this whole entire time. And I will give Anne credit because she could have said some of the most, she knows more about Rachel and Tom and what like little secrets maybe that we don't know than most people. And Anne's never said anything bad about Rachel.
Yeah, right. So what do you think about that? Do you think it's weird that Anne is continuing to work with Ariana and Katy to begin with?
Do I think that's weird? No, I think that Anne found herself in the Vanderpump zeitgeist and it's worked for her.
Jenny.
And I think that she's been able to like come across as this very like charming character that is refreshing for a lot of viewers because
Anne is charming. You know Anne. Anne has like not a bad bone in her body. I don't know if you guys have ever listened to We Signed an NDA podcast. I know I covered one episode here on my channel, which that's another podcast I do want to cover. There's so many Vanderpump people that have podcasts that it's so hard to cover all of their podcasts when they all are doing a podcast every week. And this bitch over here is putting like 4 out a fucking week. And I'm already behind 10 episodes. So it's like a never ending game with these people. But like Anne's podcast is really like warm-hearted, and she's like a innocent angel, and that's what I like. I feel bad that like even Rachel's talking about her because like Anne doesn't deserve it. She doesn't.
You know, she's not a conniving girl. She's just kind of there and put in these awkward situations and is doing her best to make it by. So, you know, I don't really know her.
If Anne could live her dream of just being a comedian all day, every day, 24/7, Anne would do it. But she knows that's not realistic. So she's doing everything else that she can and then some to make ends meet where ends meet.
Her work relationship with Ariana and with Katy, it is wild to me that she's started working for Ariana to begin with after being years and years of Tom's personal assistant.
No, time out. She was not Tom's personal assistant for years and years. Oh my God. This girl needs to learn her facts. She was not Tom's assistant for years and years. She was maybe his personal assistant for a full year, maybe a little longer, but not for years. And when it comes to, at that point, that was when Tom and Ariana were still in a relationship. Not only was she doing things for Tom, she was doing things for Ariana. So she was already commingling with Ariana. Like she knew them both very well. She was at the house with them every day. When the whole Scandoval happened, Anne was the middleman. Anne was that third person party that Ariana would text Anne and say, I'll be in the gym for 30 minutes and then I'm going downstairs and I'm doing this. Just so that way Anne could find out what Tom was doing. So that way they didn't cross paths. Anne was that middle person. And we all know that Anne was Team Anne because Anne put on that cheerleader outfit and said she was Team Ariana from day one. And Tom hid a lot from Anne because he knew that Anne had a relationship with Ariana. So for her to did she not watch Vanderpump Rules either? Like we saw that like when Ariana went to Anne to be like, listen, I think I need a personal assistant. Like clearly I love you, but like you already have a job with my ex. Do you know anybody else that maybe could help me out? Even though Anne like wished she could have just quit what she was doing with Tom and jumped in with Ariana, she still helped Ariana. Then Tom overheard everything that was going on and let Anne go anyways. And that's when Ariana was like, fuck this guy. He should never have done that to you. You were literally just helping me find a personal assistant, helping me figure out what I would need in a personal assistant because she's never actually had one before. And what Tom did was a behind the back kind of thing. And he was pissed off that even Anne was talking to Ariana about it. So what, is she going to leave the girl hanging? No. She's going to help the girl out. Ariana is that type of person. So she said, well, you know, we're going to need someone in the sandwich shop. I would love to have you. Anne didn't turn that shit down. Hell no, I wouldn't have turned it down either. It's called making ends meet where ends need to be met. Like, she had just lost her job with Tom, so you're going to go find another job, and someone's giving you literally a job. You're not going to take it? No, you're going to take it.
So like that's a huge betrayal in itself.
But
betrayal. Like, like it makes sense. It's a good opportunity that she took for herself. And I'm not sure her involvement with something about her. I actually didn't know that she was working for the sandwich shop at all. So I'm not sure, but
well, that's because you're not doing your due diligence then. Because I've known Anne was at the sandwich shop since the sandwich shop even opened. She was there way before they even opened. Did you not watch Vanderpump Rules season 11? Anne was there before the sandwich shop even opened, helping out with their like pre-opening that they did for season 11. I swear this girl, like, she needs to do her due diligence and like do some research. Because it's not that hard. I mean, Anne talks about it on her podcast. You could just listen to her podcast. That's where I know a lot of this stuff, too. Just saying.
I mean, we signed an NDA. It's a very funny podcast. And I think it also gives a very refreshing take on the entertainment industry from people who are personal assistants to those in the entertainment world, like Nick Viall and Tom Sandoval. So
Nick Viall. It's Viall. It's gonna piss me off every time she says Viall.
And let's take a shot for every time I say Nick Viall.
Yeah.
There we go. Viall. You said it right the very first time you said his name in this chapter and last chapter. So why can't you say it right? I know I fuck up on words. So like, listen, my subscribers let me know when I say words wrong, and we have great laughs about it. We do. I know I fuck up on words. So I hope that you can take this with a laughing matter. You're saying his name wrong. It's Viall. Viall Files. Just think of it like that. That's how I learned his name. Viall Files. Like, it kind of just rhymes. Get it, girl.
Drinking
That's
game,
funny.
except for take a shot of water because me, I'm not drinking.
That's
Well,
right, 'cause she doesn't
and they
drink.
actually, the criticism kind of went towards Katie
I'll
and
take a
Ariana.
shot
So
of
the
my
fans
pink
were really
lemonade.
supporting Anne.
course.
But then, something I was thinking about too is that I'm not sure if everybody out there has followed the Blake Lively stuff, but this could be real drama, or this could be drama to stir up viewership for the podcast, right?
Elaborate on that. So you believe that?
Do you not listen to We Signed an NDA? You just talked about the podcast. Literally, like, yeah, they talk about reality shows, what it's like working for people that were on reality shows, but they pretty much do similar things to like what Katie and Dana do on their podcast, where they talk about like headlines and what's happening on different reality shows, what they watched this week, what they saw on this show, how they can relate it to working for a reality star. Like, their podcast is damn good. It's better than yours. I'm just going to say that out loud. It's better than yours, Rachel. I don't know why I'm not covering it, because it's such a good podcast. Maybe I should be.
The Blake Lively stuff is kind of like all to stir up drama to get viewership for.
I don't think
that
it's
movie.
to stir up any
I think a
drama.
large part of it has to do with that. And, it's like in the rap game, the rappers will have their beefs, and some of them are real and some of them are blown out of perspective because it makes headlines. And so Blake and her director have gone, well, it's really Blake going after the director. The director is seemingly taking the higher road, but that I'm not knocking Blake. I don't know her. I'm just saying the way that it's coming out in the press is that, this drama, I'm not sure that it's sincere. The fans are upset because the original book was about domestic violence, and then it's appearing a little bit less about that. So in this situation, I look at it and I was like, oh, it could be that same sort of a scenario. Is she really making her living out of what she's making at the sandwich shop? And if
so, we know with the sandwich shop, and maybe they don't. I mean, I'll say this: Julia does a lot more research than Rachel, but that's part of her PR job. But Anne makes a salary at the sandwich shop, so she gets paid the same no matter what, kind of a thing. That was in the contract. That's all of that. I don't think that she's stirring up drama to bring views. That's not how Anne is as a person. Now, Amanda, I don't know Amanda like that. I know Amanda was like Nick Vial. We'll say it like Rachel. Vial's personal assistant at one time. And she did do she worked for somebody else at first, I believe she said. But like, maybe that's Amanda's goal, but Anne doesn't seem like the type that she's trying to stir any drama up with people. And when she does hurt someone's feelings, this girl apologizes so many freaking times. It's not even funny because she really doesn't want to hurt people's feelings. Even Sandoval, she apologized to him for everything that happened, though it was him that fired her because she didn't want to have any drama. So in my opinion, Anne doesn't want the drama. So why would she stir up drama when she doesn't want drama?
Not, or if so, is she now using this drama to point to podcasts because the podcast has a real shot at being success for her?
Well, it's kind of all in the mix because she's also getting brand deals with partners. And
yes, she did. She also got a brand deal with Duracell and Glad, just like Ariana. And go Anne. Like, the more the merrier. That's how I see it. Like, why not? You think that these people, like Ariana said, when everything was happening to her, she wasn't going to turn down any deal at that point because any deal that she got was putting money in her pocket to help provide for whatever was going to happen in the end. And this was the only opportunity that was giving her things at this point that she wasn't going to turn it down. Like, that would be stupid. So it'd be stupid for Anne to like turn down these sponsorships as well, especially having a podcast where you can then sponsor them on the podcast and things like that. But like, I would do the same thing. I would. If Duracell called me tomorrow and said, hey, we want to sponsor you, I'd be like, fuck yes, let's do it. Why not? Why not? Like, come on. Rachel would do the same thing too. She's just pretending she wouldn't. Let's be real.
Wasn't she in the Bic Razor commercial too? Something like that?
Bic, Duracell, and Glad. And for whatever reason, I don't want to say like those companies all have something to do with each other, but like they kind of all have something to do with each other. And Bic is in my state. So go Bic for sponsoring Anne.
I think she was I'm not sure. I think
she
was involved in some of the advertisement gigs that Ariana was getting as well. So I think it's just mutually beneficial to create some sort of drama maybe around something about her and her podcast. Maybe?
Well, and that kind of leads into the next question.
It was the ha that Tom made. So Tom made the joke that I'm the one that buys the batteries. I'm the one that takes out the trash. I'm the one that does this and that. And Bic saw an opportunity. Glad saw an opportunity. And Duracell saw an opportunity. Saw how big the Scandoval was. And said, let's get these ladies to do some advertising for us. We can give them money and they'll help us make money because everybody's talking about Scandoval. It was a win-win for everybody. Do I buy Glad trash bags? No, I don't. Do I buy Duracell? I do. Do I buy Bic? I do. But it's not because of Vanderpump, but you know what I mean? Like, take the opportunity. Why not?
So Ariana apparently seemed open to the idea of having something about her spinoff. A, do you think that's a possibility? And B, do you think that that could be why Anne's working there?
Okay. If that's the case, Vanderpump Rules is definitely not coming back unless they're recasting with a whole new cast.
Oh, this is where like I could just see that smug smile on her face, though we can't actually see that smug smile on her face. We knew that this was something that was possibly already in the works from season 11. Like, I swear, this girl doesn't like read anything. Though she wants to be relevant and talk about it, she doesn't read anything.
Which is, what I heard through the grapevine. So, yeah, it seems like everyone's probably pushing for a spinoff or to like transfer over to another spinoff show, aka the Valley. I think maybe that is the end goal here.
It would make sense, right? If
I don't think Anne was caring to be on any type of a TV show in general. It just so happened that like this was a possibility that could happen. And Anne took the position after Tom fired her when Ariana was like, well, I don't need a personal assistant, but I'm going to need somebody at Something About Her. So do you want to do that? Anne took that, not maybe even knowing that there was a spinoff even in the works because of all the NDAs that everyone has to sign. And of course, if there is a spinoff, why wouldn't Anne be a part of it? She is a part of Something About Her. That would like saying like, we're going to have a spinoff about Sir and not have Peter there. Like, come on.
Lala and Scheana go to the Valley and Ariana gets her own show. That all kind of is possibility.
So
and
then Ariana and Katy would have their own thing,
right,
with Something About Her.
And Anne could possibly go there.
All right, let's move right on to the next part because the boyfriend's already like laying down with, he's actually laying down early. I'm shocked, guys. But we're almost done anyways. So let's go to the next one. This is like 2 minutes. I don't even know why they put a commercial here.
And that it says Lala Kent claims Katie Maloney's friendship ran its course after feud. So that's the headline.
Does she know why Lala said this? Because I do. I know why Lala said this. It was something that she talked about on her podcast. And I believe it was something that, I don't want to get it wrong, but I know somebody asked her and she just talked about it. And we all know Lala likes to talk. So she's going to tell us.
You know, and it's like, okay, my thoughts on it is that, like, I don't know, there's no reason for Lala to be friends with Katy at this point if they're not filming a show together.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's just like,
they were never friends. I mean, listen, did I have some hope when I saw season 11 with all the girls having dinners together and all of that it was nice to see them all getting along? It was. But Katy and Lala have never gotten along since Lala came into Vanderpump. They've never got along.
beneficial. So I don't know why she needs to announce it and like be like, yeah, that friendship ran its course and we're no longer friends.
Well, maybe she needs to announce it so that way, like, Katy can know because she doesn't want to have contact with Katy. It's like, hey, by the way, we're not friends. Like, these people do the craziest things. I've seen so much happen that's on social media that people just do the weirdest shit on social media that it's not, like, weird for me to see Lala do this because I've seen it elsewhere. Like, when people stop being friends, what did they go and do? They'll go onto their channel and announce it. Well, I'm not friends with so-and-so anymore. And then, like, go on a hate rampage. I've had it done to me, so I know, like, how it is. Siwa Moon. Yes, I threw that bitch's name in here for a reason. So, you know, it's not anything that I haven't seen before. This is how these people are. This is how anybody with a social media platform is. They're going to announce when they're not friends with somebody instead of just moving on with their life like normal adults do. They have to make something about it so that way there can be some drama behind it so that way they can have something to talk about. It's just how social media works.
And that's like in classic Lala fashion. She probably announced it on a Amazon Live.
Yeah. She's very good at the shock jock and grabbing the headlines. So kudos to her for that. I think she's pretty good at that, actually.
What do you think?
Well, you guys will just have to wait and see because episode 3 is already done of Mama Still Got It. So stay tuned for that because that will be out, if not tomorrow, definitely on Thursday. So stay tuned for that. I don't think she announces it on that episode. It's going to be episode 4 that she announces the con. So we're almost there.
Look at that.
I think a lot of it right now, because just the way that the cycles work with Bravo is that, it's kind of quiet and then everybody jumps on the publicity. So yeah, things are stirring, right? So if that's kind of helping set the stage for letting people know that they're moving on, the friendships have changed. It makes sense why they're going to the Valley, because this friendship's no longer, and this friendship.
Oh my God, they're literally just doing cameos on the Valley, and they do, Jenny. They lose their mind. They literally like showed up for a couple episodes of the Valley, and all of a sudden they're on the Valley. If these bitches know something that we don't know, just say it. Because you didn't sign an NDA anymore. You're done with that NDA, girl. That NDA is over with Bravo. Like, they don't want nothing to do with you since you're suing half of their fucking people. So tell us what we don't know. Oh, wait, you don't know anything. You're making assumptions like people do.
And now, I'm having baby number 2. So I think it's kind of framing. I think she's framing for announcements yet to come. So yes, it makes sense that relationship
is that a problem?
Its course.
Yeah, she said there's a quote here. She says, "There's not a lot to talk about anymore, and we're just in different stages in life," she concluded. "So no matter why we fell off, I don't really give a S. What I do know is the time we had together, I really enjoyed, and I wish them all the best. Lala and Katy were in a good place when filming kicked off on season 11, or so fans thought." Blah, 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 blah.
But they really weren't in a good place when they ended season 11. Did we not see that on the reunion? And though they were in a good place when they started season 11 because they were there to support their friend, it was like Scheana and Katy. Scheana and Katy were not in a good place with each other, but they put their bullshit aside to be there for their friend because they had a common friend that needed support. And though they put their bullshit aside for a little time, the bullshit came back up that led to one thing to another thing to another thing. And Katy stayed strong on the hate Sandoval train, which I give her props, where like Scheana and Lala both kind of flip-flop, like, is he being real with us or is he just doing it for the show? And they got played hard, and they admit that. They admit that like Sandoval played them, because that's what he is. He's a walking, talking narcissist, in my opinion, because I have to say that.
I don't know if this is just like a headline making something out of nothing.
I think it's framing. I think it's setting up for what's next.
Yeah.
Did you not watch the Amazon Live? Girl, just wait and see, guys. I promise you, it's not how like she's making it here to seem.
Okay, so what's next, do you think?
So if they're framing it, Lala's basically saying, oh, see this, we don't have this friendship anymore. There's not a lot left. I'm going over to the Valley. Like, so I think she's setting it up for the viewers that move, it's not just a one-time filming scenario. Like, they're moving.
Don't say these girls are going to the Valley if you don't know that, Juliet, because Bravo will come after you, especially if that's not true. Stop it.
Over there. And then it also sets it up if indeed there is a show that's just Ariana and Katie's. The story becomes the friendships couldn't be repaired. We've all outgrown Vanderpump Rules. We're moving on to the next career stage of our life. So I feel like they're setting up for the what's next.
For sure. And you know that NBC and Bravo has a budget for that. They're like, yeah let's do all the spinoffs. Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, their formula seems to work.
Oh, okay. I'm just getting news now that this was from Lala's podcast. So Lala deliberately said this and announced it on her podcast, I guess.
Yeah, but
and she also says it on the Amazon Live. But yes, I did say it was the podcast because I believe it was her assistant that said it. And like, one of the fans had a question about, are Katy and Lala still talking? And Lala answered the question, and she was upfront and honest about it. Like, not everything is set up. Like, when Rachel does fan questions, are we supposed to believe now that every question is not from a fan and that maybe she's setting up questions for future remarks? Like, that's what they're trying to put in our head when that's not really what happened.
Still, to me, is framing, right? Like, she's still telling the fans we're moving on to this next stage and giving them more info as to what comes next. Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's go on to the last. I think it's the last part. I don't want to say that. Yes, it is the last part. Let's go on to the last part of this. And I'm just gonna mute for 1 second.
Okay, so let's go on. I think this is our last headline. Phew! Peter and Lisa Vanderpump.
Peter.
So Peter was in the headlines actually a couple times saying that they were rebranding TomTom as Pump. And then Lisa came out and actually set the record straight that I believe she said that in the back, they made that called Pump Gardens and that he's absolutely wrong and he should stick to what he knows.
Wait, Lisa said this to Peter?
She said it to the press addressing Peter.
Oh, that Peter's wrong and he should stick to what he knows?
Yeah.
Jeez, that's hard.
So, first of all, do you know anything? Do you have any insider info there?
First off, if Peter's talking about something that Lisa doesn't want out, it's not really that harsh because it's not his place to be like, yeah, so the back area is going to be like Pump Gardens. Like, it's not his place. And especially if, like, he signed an NDA not to talk about shit and then is talking about shit, like, Lisa Vanderpump, you don't want to mess with Lisa Vanderpump. Do people not realize that by now?
All I know is what we saw where Lisa decided one day to put the Pump lettering, PUMP, over TomTom. And they had Tom Sandoval walk in and see it for the first time and get his reaction. That was also the scene where Lisa told Tom that I had a phone call with her.
Why do you think Peter would say that publicly? I mean, Peter came out twice saying, that there was this rebrand from TomTom to Pump.
Why are you asking somebody that doesn't know anything? Juliet, literally, why are you asking Rachel when Rachel doesn't even know what is happening? Like, Rachel, what do you think about this? I know you haven't read the headlines. Maybe you've only read the headline. You didn't read the article. But what is your opinion on this? Why are we getting her perspective on something she doesn't know anything about? That's just stupid.
He's a real manager at SUR. He's a real employee of Lisa's. So why is he risking his job? Is he risking his job? Why would he come out and say something if he didn't know it? Why was he so sure and confident enough to do it? But yet she came out very strongly slamming that down. So do you think that, why do you think he's doing that? Because he's got a lot to lose. He's got something at risk here.
I don't think he would speak publicly about something unless he had inside intel. And he's not the type of person to just throw stuff out there just for a headline.
Oh, well, that's not what you said about him when you called him a one-trick pony and he had something to say about that. She didn't like that one.
This is Peter that we're talking about. He's been, I'm sorry to say it, a background character in all the years that Vanderpump Rules has been filming because he's not about the drama. So I think when Peter has something to say, maybe listen. The fact that Lisa is shutting it down.
Funny you say that now. You didn't want to listen to what he had to say when all of that shit happened with Scandoval. Just saying.
Immediately, this isn't the first time that Lisa has done that. And I had things at risk and I chose to speak out.
That is not the first time that Lisa has said this. So there's been plenty of things I forgot what it was, where Rachel made claims about the reason why she wasn't coming back to Vanderpump Rules and all of that. And Lisa talked to TMZ and was like, I didn't hear this. Lisa is known for clearing up things that are being said or hiding things that are being said to cover up the aspect of surprise when it does come out. That's her job as a producer, as someone that owns these restaurants. Lisa knows what she's doing. Cut it out.
She's lied about certain situations with me. So, I don't see Lisa as an honest figure at all. I've caught her in lies. And so I'm curious to know what Peter has to say.
And once again, it can also be framing. Here she is. She's launching new restaurants and new shows, and she doesn't want the bad publicity.
I mean, she is on Food Stars. I haven't really watched that show, though I know, because I'm not into the Gordon Ramsay and I hate when Bravo puts on Top Shelf. Let's just be Top Chef. I was going to say shelf again. I hate when Bravo puts on Top Chef. That's not one of my favorite shows. That's when I decide to put on TLC. Let's be real. So I'm not watching Food Stars with Lisa Vanderpump, though I hear the people that like these food shows think it's a great show. Maybe I need to watch it.
On the existing. So that could be why she's shutting
So
it
do you
down.
think, yeah, so Peter's not working with Lisa in these headlines?
No, well, we don't think so. I mean, go another level and sure, again, you feed this and I'll feed this and your job is safe. But I don't think so. I think that makes us extra paranoid, but I feel like, I mean, it's possible for sure.
Why wouldn't she be extra paranoid? So listen, the fans aren't coming to TomTom like they used to. People miss Pump. They do. If she wanted to rebrand TomTom back to Pump, technically the Toms only each own 5%, and Lisa could do whatever the fuck she wanted without their permission. Let's be real.
Sure. But yeah, because why would he be so confident to just say something like that too? But unless he knows something.
So basically he's saying like TomTom is being rebranded as Pump.
Correct.
Which, I haven't been to TomTom, but I can phone a friend right now who works at TomTom.
Your life going to call Max Boyett. You have a friend at TomTom still? Girl, I thought you cut all these people out of your life. Call them. Do it. Come on, Rachel. I dare you. I bet you don't.
And phone a friend.
Phone a friend. You could get him on the phone right now, I swear.
Yeah, but I mean, but that's right there is the point, is if it's happening and there's indications and he goes out there and says it and then she shuts it down and then sort of makes fun of him for saying it, right? So not meanly, but like, Lisa.
Well, yeah, I mean, Lisa, she wants to come across a certain way and she doesn't want the perspective that she is rebranding TomTom as Pump, I guess. Like that's not the vibe that she...
Maybe they haven't figured out that's what they're doing yet. Maybe that's something that's been an idea that they've thought of. Hey, maybe we should rebrand TomTom. People aren't coming around anymore. People say how much they miss Pump, how they love the atmosphere of Pump and this and that. Maybe it's things that have been, it's like when I come up with ideas for my channel, I talk about it with you guys. Not everything happens that I would like to happen. But maybe that's what's going on. Maybe she's throwing out these ideas to see what people say and do, to see if it's something that is feasible and that would make sense. That's how I'm seeing it. These two always make assumptions where their assumptions are so off. It's not even funny.
Once.
Yeah, because is that a failure?
Well, yeah, TomTom isn't a failure. Pump, I mean, they had to close down Pump and there's a whole slew of drama with that.
Oh, girl, you telling me Pump has 2 lawsuits right now from 2 ex-employees about the conditions of their work environment, and Lisa Vanderpump is being sued by them for lots of money. I have that lawsuit too. If that's something you guys want to dive into, I got all the filings for that lawsuit too. I get them all because I'm interested in the law aspect of things. That's like a hobby of mine. It's something that I enjoyed. So when I first started working in the law firm, I never knew that I loved law as much as I did. I kind of stayed away from the law because the law didn't like me. I since then grew up and realized I was making bad choices in my life. And then I realized how much I enjoyed all the different aspects of law. And I worked for a guy that did a lot of car accidents and personal injury cases and stuff like that. And it was so fascinating to me. Then I got into the Emily D. Baker and the KJ Tati Westbrook lawsuit. Then all these Bravo lawsuits that have been happening. I pay attention to all of those. And even like I said, the Russ movie, that was such an interesting trial. A lot. My friend, which you guys probably have seen on my community tab, NJ Courts, go check him out. He actually covers IRL streamers, people that are here on YouTube, and they get themselves in trouble, and then he covers their cases from start to finish. and all of that. And I'm a mod over there. I love his channel. I love participating in it. I love helping him with any research that he needs, because some of these people we actually watch. Some of these people, we watch them commit the crime on camera and then go from the camera to the courthouse. So it's fun. It's not fun for them. Personally, they're making the wrong choices in their life, but it's interesting to see it all go down, hear how it's going legally, and what the courts have to say regarding people on YouTube. So it's definitely interesting for sure. And he also does like a lot of IRL streams himself. So he does a lot of court aspect, but like he just went to Zizobra in New Mexico. And that was one of the best streams I have been a part of. I had so much fun watching him at this festival and enjoying ourselves with him, that it was just, it was the most amazing. I think it was Friday night. Yeah, it was the 30th or the 31st. It was Friday night. That's all I know. It was a lot of fun. I had so much fun over there. Definitely check them out, especially if like you know anything about IRL streamers. Like I'll name some names. I don't care because these people don't really have anything to do with me. Like Michelle Goes Live, Vegan Patriot, Ski Mask Andy. He's covering Amber HHH. He did the Trina Golden case. I'm trying to think of everybody on the court calendar because I make the court calendars for him. Nick Rekieta, who is actually a YouTube lawyer. He was big with the Johnny Depp trial, covering that whole thing, and he got himself into some legal trouble. Let's just say that Coca-Cola and kids don't mix in the home, and you shouldn't be doing things live on air where people take notice and then call the cops. So we're covering that as well. Will Heron actually does all of like the clips of the Nick Rekieta case and all of that. I hang out at like all the different law tube channels too, like Legal Vices, Potential Criminal, all of them. DUI Guy, Emily D. Baker. So yeah, the Nick case is crazy. And like he's a really good like YouTube lawyer. Like he's always one that gives the facts to all the cases. Very well put out for us. And to like see him go through his own legal trouble is just, it was shocking for me because I've been watching him forever. And to just see like the downfall of Nick Rekieta, like really like I felt bad. And he has a lot of kids. He has like 7 kids. So like these kids are affected. Like he doesn't have custody of his kids right now, which is a good thing. It's not a bad thing, especially with all the legal trouble he's going through. It's not good for him, but he needs to get his act together. That's all. I wish Nick all the best. I really do, because I really like loved having fun at Nick's channel as well. And just to see how downhill he went, like the fame got to him, and it sucks. Shit's crazy on YouTube. Not like this is why I stick to my Bravo stuff, because everything else on YouTube is fucking insane. Let's be real. It's all insane no matter where you go. Even the Bravo sphere is insane in the membrane.
That whole closure and saying that it was, Lisa said that it was like a raise in the rent, and then the landowner said no, it wasn't. But you know, like with the whole TomTom name, I think that there is some risk to that. And you know, like it's not the best.
Girl, you're never going
right
to own
now,
a restaurant. Why are you
it's
giving
controversial
any advice?
and people don't want to support Tom and Tom. So it would make sense why she would kind of put the Pump letters up and be like, oh, it's TomTom and Pump. But need I remind you guys, the Toms only own 5%.
Well, she bought like, so when they closed down Pump
restaurant.
I touched my earphone. When they closed down Pump, they kept Pump's garden and they combined that with TomTom. So that's why it's like TomTom and Pump, because the Pump garden still exists. So I can see why like she's kind of throwing that out there to see, because I think Lisa thought like maybe the Scandoval would have blown over by now, and maybe Tom Sandoval would have done what he needed to do to better his situation, though he hasn't. And she can't rely on him to better his situation. She can only rely on herself to better hers. And what's best for Lisa might not be best for Tom Sandoval or Schwartz. We know Schwartz is kind of manipulated by the Scandoval of it all. Oh my God, if he actually moved in, from what I hear, he's moved in with Sandoval. I hope he didn't. That's all I've got to say about that. I just hope he didn't. Like, I thought for sure that Schwartz was coming around when he saw what Tom was doing. But I don't have hope for Schwartz. I don't. And I'm glad Katie's not with him anymore, to be honest. Because Schwartz was not a good partner.
So do you think that a VPR spinoff where they're recasting the whole show, does that not jeopardize his job?
If it's at SUR, no, it doesn't.
Oh, they keep him?
Actually, I would think that, actually, they asked Peter to come back and said it would be for zero pay, basically. And so he turned down the offer. So I don't know. I don't know if there's
But we have to pause here because, yes, it was going to be zero pay because he was going to still get so what she described in another episode makes sense to this. How, like, when they were filming for Vanderpump, they would not get the tips that night, but they wouldn't be really actually waiting like tables. They were only like real clips where they would go and bring the drinks to the table and maybe just go over there and greet the customers for the cameras to capture. But they weren't actually working, so they weren't making the tips that night because they weren't really working. So maybe they made like a deal with Peter, like, you can come back and be a part of the show, but like you'll still get your manager pay and the tips and all that night, but we're not going to pay you for the show for when we do these clips inside the restaurant. That's how I'm seeing it, which I'm glad he turned it down because he should be getting paid for both, especially if he's a manager there. And especially if you're going to put my face on that TV, you're paying me for both.
Burned there already where he wouldn't film again. But I think that is only fair to compensate the people that are working for you. And Peter has been a staple character, even though he's not the most dramatic. He is like a well-known character that people go to SUR
I'm much
to
happier
go
doing
meet
this
because he's the only one that actually.
I know you're happy
SUR
doing what
still.
you're doing too, and I love.
Then
that
if
for
they're
the both of
recasting,
us.
isn't it make it smarter to put a 20-something-year-old manager there too? Like, you know what I mean? Like, either he's the wisdom that ushers in the new talent, right? Or they get the younger guy that's fits into the vibe and has an opportunity to mess up because that makes good TV.
But the younger guy is not going to have any management experience like Peter has. And even the pump manager and the TomTom manager were both older gentlemen. I'm trying to think. It wasn't Max. Was it Max? Yes, it was Max. Fucking Max boy. Here we go again. Max was younger, but they realized that's why he was like only cast as the manager and not an actual manager at TomTom until he left the show and then had the skills to become a real manager because he didn't have actual management skills, where Peter has literally been with SUR, we know of at least, for 11 years. But he was there before that point because he had dated Stassi. I want to say he's been there at least 15 years, if not more. So, of course, yes, he has that experience, and you're going to want somebody that has that experience. You're not just going to put somebody in a management role that's never had management experience. Now, you might do that for a TV show, but you're not going to have that in real life when the show is not filming. So that for Lisa to get, if Lisa got rid of Peter, she'd have to like really find somebody to replace him. Like, he's, in my opinion, irreplaceable, but everyone's replaceable in this world nowadays. So let's be real.
Me too.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then they're casting for a new manager because I'm pretty sure the two managers that work at SUR are Diana and Peter.
Okay.
So I don't know how that's going to work.
All right. Well, I guess we're gonna stay tuned and see what happens because that one's pretty
I
interesting.
mean, unless they're like recasting this show for the Pump and TomTom restaurant and not
Girl, in your surviving episode where you reflected on your time at SUR, you told all the SUR secrets. So yes, Peter was a real manager, and there were people like you who actually did wait while like you weren't filming, but when you were filming, it was fake waitressing per se, as you called it. So why wouldn't they? I think they would just have to come up with a better contract for Peter and Dana. But it's getting late. That's how you know it's getting late, when I'm slurring my words. And I'm not drinking, guys. I'm drinking pink lemonade. I don't drink like that. But they would have to come up with a better contract. I don't think Lisa's just gonna put somebody in a management position just for TV. That would be, unless, I mean, fake it till you make it. I mean, who knows? For all we know, they could put a whole bunch of people that never worked at this restaurant ever before and say that they've been cast or servers there for 10 years, for all we know. We know that when the show started, it was authentic. And as the show went along, it became less authentic in the sense that the people that did work there, but they were also casting people to work there that then, yes, made money on the side by working there. We'll have to wait and see, just like Juliet said.
Good point. Well, that's just it. They could use the location, or it could be, I think the idea is more about the people, right? And finding a good group of young people that can date and drink and have drama and maybe go back and forth between the restaurants. Who knows, right? Because it's a vehicle to publicize the restaurants, but it's about...
It works for Southern Hospitality. It works for Vanderpump Villa. Clearly, that's where this all started from. And why wouldn't it work again? It's continued to work. I think she should do it with her Lake Tahoe location with the Wolf Den, or even Vegas. Now, that would be interesting. Seeing like the craziness that Vegas has to offer and her restaurant in Vegas. Now, that would be an idea. Lisa Vanderpump, you can hire me anytime. I'll help you with ideas.
People's lives and relationships. So it could be any of those things. But it'll be very interesting to see, because I think, from the business standpoint, bar none, Lisa uses the television as a promotional tool for her restaurants, right? So,
and why wouldn't she? She was known because, yes, she had restaurants before she was on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. But people really got to know Lisa because of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. And they learned to love her because of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. So why wouldn't she take that opportunity? This is like, I hate to say it, but like, this is how people think nowadays. Like, they're all about the money, honey. And if there's an opportunity that can make them money or advertise their business, things like that, people are going to do it. I can't blame them for it, though. I can't.
100%.
For him to go out and say something is quite brave, right? Against his boss. And then on the other hand,
Peter
she doesn't
always
want
had a
bad
lot to
publicity or
say.
bad looks, because she's opening new restaurants and putting on new shows. So
Yeah.
I think we're going to have to wait and see on this one.
Yeah, but then also, like, no publicity is bad publicity when you're talking about somebody like Lisa Vanderpump. So I don't think she could be
100%.
that mad at Peter.
Same goes for you, sweetheart. Same goes for you. You just might not like the bad publicity, but the same goes for you.
No, and she didn't, like I said, in a Lisa way, she wasn't angry when she slammed it down. She's like, oh,
Right.
thanks for the good idea, right? The way she does.
Right. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, I think we covered a lot. And that was very interesting.
We
Let's see
covered a
what
lot.
next week brings.
I
Maybe
don't know
there'll be a
about
little
you guys.
quiet lull. No headlines.
Let's hope so.
All right. Well, hot diggity dog, man. I think, Juliet, my words of advice for you would be, if you're going to talk about these headline topics with Rachel, maybe send them to her email so she has a better understanding of what she's going to be talking about on her podcast. I know that you do this at like very short notice,
but like, it's not that hard to read an email. It's not that hard to read a news article. It's not. So give your girl some information so she knows what the fuck she's talking about. I mean, the Lisa Vanderpump clip is on TMZ. You can easily go see that one. Yeah, right? So this was interesting. Now, I said it in my community tab, but I feel like she's using her podcast more to stir drama up more than anything. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that from Rachel, for sure. Now, this has been fun. It was kind of a test too, which I got off my cell phone because it was not sharing very well. So we will have to do another test where we live react to something and do this. I just need to take the laptop downstairs where the Wi-Fi box is. And that's just me being lazy because that's a different part of the house that I don't want to be in at the moment. But not that I don't want to be in that part. It's just like, I don't want to put my grandmother like in that position that like, hey, Gram, you need to be quiet. I'm recording. Like, you know what I mean? That's her section of her house. I don't want to disturb her, but the Wi-Fi box is closer in her house. So we'll have to just run some tests. We're going to do some members only streams. I'm starting a new series here anyways. So we got to run some tests anyways, where we're going to get a little bit more personal with each other, get to know each other better as a community. You guys can ask me questions. I'm going to have some of my friends up here with me that have channels on YouTube, so you can hear what they do on YouTube, see if you're interested in maybe what they do, and just have fun together. Because what I know about YouTube and everything that I watch and understand is there's not enough fun here on this platform, and we need to bring more fun to this platform. So as a creator, I want to do that. And I also want to get to know all of my subscribers better, along with also talking about more Bravo stuff, because I'm a huge Bravo fan. If you have not gotten this from this podcast episode, I watch everything and anything Bravo 24/7, 365. My TV's on Bravo, except at 4:00 in the morning when Kelly Clarkson comes on. I don't know why, but like when Kelly Clarkson's voice goes off, I wake up and I turn on TLC. And then I'm up from 5 to 6, and then I go back to bed maybe for an hour. So that's like, you know, an insight into my life. But, you know, I'm always watching Bravo. Even right now, as I'm recording this, I have Dubai on. Like, that's just who I am. So let me know what you guys think, though, about these 3 chapters. I will be continuing Rachel's podcast, so don't worry. Those chapters that I missed will be coming out video format. So stay tuned for 40, 41. Those are the next ones to come out. Mama Still Got It, episode number 3. Like I said, should be out tomorrow, but Thursday the latest. And I want to cover more of these Vanderpump podcasts. Like, I absolutely love Katie and Dana's podcast. I love Anne's podcast as well. I've kind of lost interest in Lala's, though I still listen. I prefer her Amazon Lives, honestly, better because she's more open and real there. And I just feel like, I don't know. I love Lala more on her Amazon Lives than I actually do her podcast. That's just my opinion of Lala. So anything that I can and you guys want to see here, let me know. I'd be happy to cover it and try new things. I am still going to cover those 2 Lisa Vanderpump streams that I said I was going to cover. I didn't forget about them. I know, like, the summer happened. I got busy. I got sick. My boyfriend got sick. He went to the hospital twice. It was a fucking mess. So I didn't forget about them. I still want to cover them. So it's not skinny, but not fat. That podcast with Lisa Vanderpump. I did already start working on it. I just need to finish it. That will be out for you guys. And then the other one that she did, which I can't remember which one it was now, but that one will be out for you as well, because I promised you guys that I would do both, and I am going to do both. So stay tuned for all of this amazing shit to happen on my channel. I love you all for all of the amazing support that you bring here. I'm glad that we have 10 new members. Thank you, YouTube, for those memberships. And I am going to be starting some members only content. So if you got a free membership, it will show in your email. If not, come check it out because it's stuff that you don't want to miss. But I hope you all have a wonderful night. It's been a long one, but I love you all. And I'll be back here again soon with you guys. So enjoy it while it lasts. Bye.
Send it to Daryl.
I had to. Bye, everybody.